Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Hometown TCG. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We are here for one reason and one reason only. It is time for Top 8 action. What's going on? Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Let me see who's in the chat. Let me get some good mornings. The nice camera is not scared today. We have the backup camera ready to go. I have headphones that aren't going to die, so I don't have to do the second half of the stream with one headphone in. And I really hope, I think we can get in Discord, get all the audio. I think we got that bug figured out. What's up, everyone? Good freaking morning. As you guys are filtering in, good morning, good morning. As everyone's filtering in, we still got a while before things kick off here, but I wanted to hang out this morning. Maybe you should fix my hair a little bit so I look the part. We hit 100 concurrent live viewers yesterday, so today I will be wearing the caster jacket all stream long. And for those of you that don't know, I am a large man, and the caster jacket is from high school. It's a little bit short. Jim Williams will understand. Jim Williams also oversized human like me. Caster jacket, arm sleeves, not long enough. Boss, good evening from Asia. Eric, good morning, welcome back. Crack, good morning, welcome back. Jim Williams, always in the chat. Good morning, what's up? Chester Cheetah, good morning. Welcome. Michael De Jesus, thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. Of course. Thanks for hanging out. Thiago, good morning. Gottlier, ready for that Kano win? Dude, I hope. Devin, as always, bacon and eggs and flesh and blood. I wanted to spend a little time. I got flesh and blood Twitter pulled up here on the side screen. And flesh and blood Twitter, I mean the Hometown TCG Twitter. We got that pulled up on the side screen here. And I wanted to go to Fab TCG and see like what's going on. I know they put some deck lists up, some results up. Let's talk results. Concurrent counter 2. I don't know what that means, but let's go. Hopefully we got some homies joining the stream today. If not, we will get by and we will watch some awesome freaking content. How's everyone's morning going? While we scroll through Flesh and Blood Twitter, we got to start our morning. Got to get the coffee. We're in for the long haul. Let me know how everyone's morning's going. So I'm looking for some result tweets here. Okay. Oh, have me on in the background while making some estimates. Wow. This man doesn't stop working. Let's take a look here at some of what we have to offer. And how is this going to look? Is this just all of Twitter? Okay, so if I need to switch it, we need to look. I can also do that. We can switch, we can look. Let's scroll through Twitter. Let's pop over here. Let's talk about top 8. Stealth, looking forward to another great day. Let's go. Let's break down top 8. We're looking at top 8 right here. And at the top of the top 8 is what we all expected. We have the majority of the top 8 is made up of Bravo, star of the show. Starvo taking most slots in the top 8 is what we expected, right? Like, we saw this coming. All of Fab TCG, the whole community expected. I think I was talking with the Prince of Fab, the Fab Master himself, Louis, on the reaction phase last week, and I expected 4 out of the 8 slots, I believe, to be Starvo. So 3 out of the 8 slots is a little bit surprising. But 3 Starvo slots on the top 8, and then we hit the big surprise. To everyone's astonishment, to everyone's absolute amusement and love, we have 2 Kano in the top 8. So 2 Kano at the top 8. We do have 1 Prism, and this is kind of a shock. Almost as much as the Kano shock, the 1 Prism making the top 8 is a bit of a shock, but with Starvo being a little bit soft to aggro, Aura Prism kind of folds to aggro, and with aggro kind of open to enter the meta, we could have seen a lot of prisms knocked out. So we got one prism, one chain. Everyone was very high on chain going into this Pro Tour. The chain was in a lot of the high-end play communities. Chain was the talk of the town, if you will. And then we have one Briar. Briar, Warden of Thorns. One Briar right here. So this is the breakdown of the top 8. Let me know what you guys think. Let's get some reactions from chat of the top 8. Everyone's going just crazy over the Kanos. And we've got these heroes here. I want to know who you guys want to win. We've got Kano, we've got Prism, we've got Chain, we've got Briar, and we have Starvo. Now remember, Starvo winning does put him on the watch for Living Legend by the next set release or banned and restricted announcement. So Starvo winning does LL Starvo, but Kano winning the first ever Pro Tour would be the cherry on the wonderful weekend of, or the wonderful Sunday of this weekend. That would be wild. Let's see. What do we got here in chat? Dennis says Kano mirror match in the finals. Let's go. Eric loves that Briar got in there. Diago, I need Starvo to LL. There's so many people in the community that just need this deck gone. And I understand where you're coming from. I get it, ladies and gentlemen. I get it. Ghost Unit wants Chain, so we do have a Chain fan out there, and the Chain game that Fano Black played against the other day, I don't remember the Chain player off the top of my head. If someone in chat can say that the player's name so I don't get it wrong, that Chain game was insane. It was so good. It was such a good game, well played by both players. It was just so hype. That game was ridiculous. If you caught that game on stream yesterday, whew, good lord, that was nutty. Kano for the win. It's James White's favorite hero. Playing some Vermintide 2 while I watch the stream. Never played it, man. It sounds awesome. Sounds awesome. Thanks for hanging out. Those that know me know I got my coffee to start my day. I can't do it without coffee. I tweeted this morning. I was at Starbucks. I was sitting there. I had to get, as you can hear, my voice is coming back to me. It was Dennis. Shout out to the homie Dennis. It was an 8-hour stream. Dennis did the second half. He did the back 9 with me there. We did an 8+ hour stream of all the content yesterday. We're doing all the content today. Shout out to my wife, the Mrs. Hometown TCG, Wifetown TCG. She is an absolute all-star letting me do this. She's still asleep right now, but she's all the way on the top floor, so I don't think I'll wake her up. It should be okay. But man, she is just absolutely crushing it, letting me do this. So that is amazing. And shout out to you guys. The community's been so receptive. It's been so awesome. Chat has been great. Man, I messaged the homie this morning and I said, this is it. This is like one of the biggest moments and the most fun I've had making content as a content creator. And it's because of you guys. So thank you all so much. This has been an absolute blast. Let's see where we got some reports from this morning. I know we had one good evening from Asia, I believe we had earlier. We have Willem is here from Slovakia. My goodness. Welcome. Shout out to Slovakia. Shout out. Dennis, you don't get Starbucks. Yesterday I said coffee and you said, ew, coffee. Ew. That's good. Michael DeJesus is all in on Wilhelm. Let's take a look. Let's go over to here and let's see if we can't pull up some deck lists, shall we? So we're just going to go top to bottom. Let's evaluate some deck lists here. We have Masai on Bravo, star of the show. And let's take a look. Let's take a look at what we're looking at here. Right off the bat, 2 Pummel in the list. Interesting list to have, right? Interesting list to have with 2 Pummel in the list. That's the first thing that jumps out at me. We do have defense reactions here, so we are running Turn Timbers. We have 1 of Sink Below. Wow, the 1 of Sink Below is, it feels like tech here. 1 of Sink Below. He is running 3 Turn Timbers. The 1 of Imposing Visage to tutor up, what, the Channel Lake Frigid? 1 of Imposing Visions to tutor up the Channel Lake Frigid. The one of Lead the Charge blue seems pretty cool. This is an interesting list. And then looking at our weapon and looking at our equipment, we have to look for Arcane Barrier. We need to know what kind of Arcane Barrier these heroes are packing. Crater Fist, there is no Rune Boots right here. Crown of Seeds is pseudo Arcane Barrier, but not really in those close games. Stalagmite, Ironhide Legs, and Time Skippers with Winter's Wail. One Arcane Barrier for Masai. First Starvo list in the top 8. Let's keep looking. Let's check out Pablo's chain list. Taking a look here, Belittle, Bounding Demigon, Command and Conquer. We're looking for anything weird. We've all at this point experienced a good number of these decks. And we've probably net decked a lot of these. We've probably built a lot of these. We want to see what stands out. What is new tech? What are these guys running that maybe we're not running? Right away, I'm looking at Runic Reclamation, and against someone like Briar, Runic Reclamation, or even Prism, obviously Runic Reclamation is an all-star card. That card is cool in those matchups 100%. The one of Soul Reaping, obviously, 3 Art of War, 3 Lead the Charge Yellow. Lead the Charge Yellow definitely getting more value in this chain stack than it would in some others, so I love the Lead the Charge, but only 2 Mauvrin Skies Yellow. And 2 Toma Findel. The Toma Findel tech is pretty interesting. I guess Toma Findel would Lead the Charge could be interesting, but the Toma Findel tech, I'm digging the Toma Findel tech. 2 Captain Called Blue, 1 Eclipse, 3 Mauvrin Skies Blue, 2 Minnowism Blues, so that Belittle Minnowism package, Tutoring Up Pitch, has kind of a 2 cap on Tutoring Up Pitch, and then we do have 3 Red Minnowism to get over the top. Very cool list, but now let's dig in. What's the Arcane Barrier situation? Skullcap. Chat, does Aether Ironweave have Arcane Barrier on it? Am I looking at a no AB list? Am I looking at a no AB list? That's a little terrifying. That's the first 2 lists we're looking at. Let's check in with you guys. How you doing this morning? Eric, thank you so much. Yeah, Starbucks only has coffee for you, Mr. Dennis. Yes, the Exposed to the Elements. We saw the Exposed to the Elements play pop off in the last game. Hometown TCG Dennis and I saw it pop off in the last play, and we went nuts. It was crazy. Ghost Unit, hit that like button. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Dennis, oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Dennis, don't be nice to me. You're going to throw me off. This is not our dynamic, you being nice to me. Eric, yes, 100%. And Dennis was awesome yesterday to have in. Hopefully, Dennis will grace us with his presence today. Dennis is not, he did not sign the content creator agreement. So often he's like, ugh, I need a break. We're going to take a look. Let's take a look at our first Kano list. And it is Sasha Markovich's list on Kano. The first thing that you notice right away that sticks out to me as what would be maybe a Kano noob is the one of Forked Lightning. In the past, before the Aether Wildfires, Kano leaned into Forked Lightning as a card to gain tempo and close out games. It was a staple, and it was 100% needed. So having only one of in this deck shows how the deck has shifted, right? The deck has made the pivot, and there is obviously some AB here. Metacarpus Nodes has AB. I believe Stormstriders has Arcane Barrier as well. Don't quote me. I don't know the niche Arcane Barrier on equipment. I might need some help from chat for that just off the top of my head. 3 Toma Findel in the list. Emerititis Scolding, Abiritus Scolding, whatever it is, that card is definitely a powerhouse from the newest set from Everfest. That card is a powerhouse. I love that card. Oh, it looks like they've started normal commentary, so I'm going to mute that really quick so they can get going. I don't want to step on their toes and what they're doing. We're looking at some deck lists here. But yeah, this list is fire, and it is running the blue zaps. I think blue zap is great there. I have Ophidia. Is it running 1 Potion of Deja Vu? Shout out Mo Bogsley, the homie of Hometown TCG Ascent. He is huge on this card. Cool to see this Kano list 100%. That is awesome. That is great. And then let's take a look one more time really quick. So we got through those. Oh, we got to take a look at the Prism list. Miraging Metamorph. I was roasted yesterday for saying Miraging Megamorph. It had been a long day, Chad. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hey, Dennis, AB2 on Storm Striders. Shout out. Thank you so much. So this list, running the 2 Sync Belows, running the Unmovables, running the Prismatic Shield. We have I know chat's got some love for Willem here. And there is the 2 of Prismatic Shield, the 3 of Prismatic Shield in this list could prove to be essential against heroes like your Kanos when they go for the kill. Things like that are awesome. There is natural AB on Crown of Reflection. There is no Rune Gloves in this list, so that card could could come out to be essential. We see a pretty standard aura package here. Pretty standard list. We only have 2 of Sync Belows, 2 of Unmovables to counter the Starvo tech. Nice Prism list. Climbing into the top 8. But let's start looking at some of these other lists. Let's go to our Briar list from Jacob Shaker. Jacob Shaker's Briar list. We're going to break this down. We see the Gorganian Tome there at the end. Command and Conquers. And this is like a low to the ground, generate embodiment of lightning, and smack you in the face Briar list. It does look like it's a Channel Mount Heroic. And for these Channel Mount Heroic lists, it's very common to see almost all of the blues in the deck be Earth cards. So that's why you have stuff like your Weave Earths, your Evergreens, your One Burgeoning, but we do see 3 blue Captain's Calls slotted in there for an emergency situation of go again. I like the card. I like the pick. Runic Reclamation, definitely still a powerhouse in this list in certain matchups. You want to run it into Chain, killing those Soul Shackles. You want to run it into Prism, so it's going to do some work here in the top 8. But moving on, we do have Crown of Dichotomy for Arcane Barrier. We do have Vexing Quillhand for Arcane Barrier, but Vexing Quillhand, just like Crown of Reflection, is scary Arcane Barrier, because once you break it, if you use it to go off, if you use its effect, you lose that Arcane Barrier, and my oh my, when you lose that Arcane Barrier, you start to get a little nervous. Things start to get a little tight. All right, let's take a look now. Moving on, that's the Briar list. We got 2 more Bravo Star of the Show lists, and then we got the list everyone here in chat is waiting for. Flesh and Blood Podcast, Fabcast, we are finding these on Twitter. This is on Flesh and Blood's official Twitter page. Guys, if you're not following Flesh and Blood's official Twitter page, they're like 4 follows away from 10K. Go on Twitter, even if you hardly ever use your Twitter. Get them to 10K. Let's get FabTCG verified right now. Go on FabTCG, their Twitter page. It's at FabTCG, and let's get FabTCG verified on Twitter. That would be hype. That would be incredible. Oh, that is my version of the stream on my phone. I was monitoring to see when they went live, so I didn't step on any toes. That just started playing on my phone. All right, we were looking at the Starvo list. We're looking for anything, and we're seeing here, this is definitely that Casino Starvo list. This is the Casino Starvo list. You can tell by the Art of Wars, there is some, oh, maybe not. There is some defense reactions. We're not seeing Fates, but we're seeing Art of Wars, and we should see somewhere in this list the Eye, oh, no Eye of Ophidia. So Art of War, no Eye of Ophidia. Art of War to get us kind of more draws or more bites at the apple, and then maybe a little more defense in a pinch. Anything that we might need it for. We do have pseudo Arcane Barrier with Crown of Seeds, and then this was an interesting interaction yesterday. Rampart of the Ram's Head versus Stalagmite Bastion of Eisenloft, and how we were choosing to run those in the Starvo mirror. Whether we were choosing to run Rampart or choosing to run Stalagmite, Dennis and I saw there was a ton of value out of Rampart of the Ram's Head versus Stalagmite. Stalagmite was great for 2 turns to turn off that Winter's Wail, that follow-up attack that might come through. But man, Rampart in those grindy Starvo mirrors in those matchups just got so much value. Seeing 1 Arcane Barrier here too, with 2 Kanos in the top 8, 100% makes me nervous. But guys, sometimes it doesn't matter. Sometimes Starvo's just like, I'm Starvo, slap, let's go. Interesting. Love the Starvo list. And you see how well, just from the 2 Starvo lists that we've looked at so far, you see how differently this deck can be built. So while we meme about the deck a lot, and while we talk about the deck quite a bit, it can be built quite differently. Looking here, We see the 3 Staunch Response, but we don't see the Turn Timber. So a little bit lighter of a defense reaction deck in the red slot, and no Staunch Response yellow. So there was a rainbow Staunch Response Starvo yesterday. I don't know if we've seen it yet. We see red Staunch Response. We do see the Art of War. And this is Art of War, Eye of Ophidia. Eye of Ophidia pitch to Crown of Seeds and Art of War, giving you a little bit more value going over the top. So cool Starvo list here. The one of Winter's Bite is shocking. I think I've seen more Winter's Bite in most Starvo lists, so the one of Winter's Bite is very interesting. No Rune Boots here. Crown of Scenes for pseudo AB, but we're seeing no Heart of Ice. No Heart of Ice in any of these lists, and that's extremely surprising. I thought we'd see more Heart of Ice. And then moving on, the moment we've all been waiting for, Alexander Vor's Kano list. And this Kano list, we are seeing the 3 Forked Lightning, but a card that's been an MVP in no AB or in light AB fields has definitely been Reverberate. This card has done nothing but got just insane value over and over and over. Reverberate into this field has been a great card, and having reds in the deck was a definite meta call. And it is 100% getting there. This card is incredible. We see the 3 Forked Lightning in this list, and I'm extremely high on the one of Cindering Foresight. Play as an instant, kind of opt a little bit, peek, get a look at what our opponent's doing, get a look at what we can do. I love Cindering Foresight. 3 Tome of the Aether Wind. Let's talk about Tome of the Aether Wind off the top. If you're a Kano player and you flip that top card and you see Tome of the Aether Wind, I don't know if there's a card that makes you happier in a given situation. Drawing 2 more cards, getting the card you pitched back, getting an extra card, and having another bite at the apple, having another crack at bat is just clutch. I have Ophidia in this deck, the Energy Potion, and this deck doubling up. Not 1 potion of Deja Vu, but 2. And we saw Alexander Vor yesterday make insane use of the Potion of Deja Vu. He had a turn where cracking Potion of Deja Vu and controlling what was coming off the top of the deck literally won the game with Exacxies. Exact life total. It was insane. But these Kanos, if we're going to see a Kano mirror, which is a possibility, the Kano AB might make a difference. The number of Arcane Barrier available for Kanos could make a difference. We do see Skullcap here. We see Metacarpus Nose. We see AB2 on Stormstrider. Wow. What a list. What a time. Guys, if you saw this Kano deck perform yesterday, you know it was absolutely wild. It was insane. Popping back over, we're just scrolling Twitter. We're hanging out. I know that they are getting set up for the long haul. And actually, Channel Fireball right now is talking about kind of the layout of the day. So this is our bracket that we're looking at via Channel Fireball. Again, shout out to LSS for letting us live stream this and letting us co-stream this. Reaching out to LSS, letting them know I wasn't going to be able to make the Pro Tour, but them letting me live view the content, hang out with all you guys, watch this, talk about this content on YouTube. Just a huge dub from them. Thank you so much to LSS. In round 1, we are seeing quite the interesting matchup. We got the 1-8 Kano versus Briar, Warden of Thorns. Sam Dando, resident Briar hero, and Drip King himself pointed out that Briar, even with Arcane Barrier, is tough into Kano because the deck plays so low to the ground. It needs its blues when it has them, and it doesn't like to pitch those blues to save itself. Luckily, the deck can put a lot of zero-cost attacks on the combat chain, holding back those blues and trying to save its life when Kano does go off. So Briar is a tough matchup into Kano ver our Briar expert Sam Dando himself. We will see the Starvo mirror in round 1. No matter what, we will be down a Starvo after round 1 as Masai goes up against Florin. This is going to be a wild mirror. Those Guardian matchups get into this. They turn into this grind fest. They become this value proposition game going back and forth. Then we have the Classic. We're throwing all the way back to Monarch, and maybe the game will be just as hype as the Phano Black game yesterday. We got Prism into Chain, the Monarch throwdown, battle of the old heads going at it. I love to see the Monarch mirror going at it. I love to see these two heroes. Likely Prism will pivot into that fatigue strategy that we see most Prisms do, but Chain is just so powerful. And with the Prism deck playing more no blocks than ever, the Chain has an opportunity. Pablo has an opportunity to get over the top and get there. And then finally, we do have Isaac Krut and Kano right away. So we have the Starvo and Kano mirror, and that game will be explosive. We saw yesterday Starvo with one AB pick up his hand and put it on the table and just wait for the Kano player and say, I can't do anything anyway, so I need to know I'm going to kill you or you're killing me, and we are going to town. So this is the breakdown right now.
Off the top of the deck.
They are talking right now. I want to talk about a couple. So I turned on Channel Fireball to make sure I could hear the commentators, see what they were talking about. These Kano players avoid the biggest trap that I think I fall into, and I'm sure a lot of us in this chat fall into, is just blind playing off the top of the deck. Now, they were just talking about this on stream here. Blind playing off the top of the deck is such a scary proposition because you leave your Pro Tour, you just grind it. 2 days of fab. It's been wild, and you leave it all up to chance off the top of the deck. You're in a bad situation. I would be surprised. We will not see these Kano players knock the top of the deck and look to flip to try to win. These Kano players are playing essentially mathematic Kano. I don't want to brag too much, but I put out an absolute banger tweet this morning about DM Armada's amazing. He just holds up the sign that says math after Kano wins. These guys are doing math right now. They are absolutely slapping. It's going to be so much fun to watch. Let's take it back. Let's throw back to chat, see how you guys are doing this morning. We got a couple more in the chat. Good morning, everyone. What's going on? How we feeling? Let me know where you're calling in from. Let me know where you're watching from. If you're here for some flesh and blood action, I want to hear about it. I want to hear what your experience with the Pro Tour is. I want to hear all of it, man. Let me know. I got to keep my energy up while these games are waiting to start. So let me know. Keep me engaged. Let's get ready. Let's get hype. Man, oh man, it is going to be a day. We have done 11 hours of content over the last 2 days, and yesterday we were live consecutively for over 8 hours. It was insane. Shout out the homie, Hometown TCG Dennis, for jumping into stream with me, keeping me company, helping me commentate those games. Man, what a blast. And you guys got us to over 100 concurrent viewers yesterday for almost the entire second half of the stream. So I am rocking the caster jacket today. No Hometown TCG Ascent jersey. Everyone said it made me look like a man of faith with the white patch in the middle. So I'm just rocking the True Classic tee, which, why won't they sponsor me already? True Classic tee, if you're out there in the viewership, what are we doing? Okay. So let's check out Fab Twitter. We got the homie Mo Bogsley. Some good Twitter follows up here. The Battle Hardened is kicking off. Mo Bogsley is a Kano man, a Kano lover. He will be awesome. Let's check in with chat. How we doing? Yeah, Nevin, the diversity with heroes and countries is freaking awesome. Pro Tour 1 is showing up and showing out. You have to love it. Okay, stream is still talking about the bracket. So many countries represented. These are special times we get to watch the best games from the best players in the world. This has been amazing. Shred 100%. This has been just wild. I can't imagine being there. The environment has to just feel electric. I know a couple people over there. MinMax Games is out there. They've been texting me a while. They're just popping off. Their booth is swamped constantly. It's insane. I think they got Rudy to open a box at the MinMax booth. It's been insane. United Kingdom, first ever Armory event tomorrow. Let's go. Welcome to the community. Enjoy the Armory event. Play something you're going to have fun. Don't worry about wins and losses. Just get out there and jam games, dude. Let's go. All right, let's see what we got going on. Ladies and gentlemen, I am live in the Hometown TCG Discord. So as we wait right now, if you're a patron of Hometown TCG, feel free to jump in and let me know, chat with me. Let me know how your day's going. I might bring Dennis back. I haven't asked him. He's on stream right now. I might bring him back just to chat with you guys. He had so much fun with me yesterday. That was a blast. I did reach out to the homie Louis to see what he's doing today. So I know he's a busy family man. So shout out to him for being this guy's like super dad. It's pretty freaking sweet to see. And his kids are adorable. They're so cute. It's ridiculous. It's not even fair. Where are we playing? So we've got some predictions in chat. This is a great time to put predictions in chat. We are waiting. We just have just the blank stream. I don't believe anybody is playing yet. So we'll throw over. Let's keep scrolling Fab Twitter. We're going to hang out, see how that's going. Flesh and Blood Twitter is a good scroll while we're hanging out. Ooh, Dennis is going to... See, well, I have to ask Dennis publicly, and then I'll just get him to commit. So he doesn't want to let all you guys down. He doesn't want to let all you guys down. Kano mirror match in the final. Steven's calling it. Is that possible? It is possible. Kano mirror match in the final is a possibility. Wow. Wow. How hype would that be? Pro Tour 1 ends with a Kano mirror match in the final. We put up a poll yesterday. I guess this would be a good time. I should be a good content creator. I should go to the live stream here and mute it immediately. And I should put up a poll. Let's see. Can I make Dennis an admin? Let's see. Add a moderator. Dennis Kuhn is now a moderator for the chat. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome moderator Dennis Kuhn. Dennis, feel free to put up a poll. Jim Williams. Shout out Jim Williams, also moderator for the chat. Congratulations, guys. Guys, can one of you guys put up a poll? I want to know, out of the top 8 heroes, out of who's left, the heroes left, who the chat thinks is going to win. I want a poll right here, and I want to know who chat thinks is going to win. One of those mods, throw up a poll for us. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly watch as Dennis Kuhn abuses his power almost immediately. There's no break, nothing. He is going to abuse this power literally right away. So let us know. I want a poll going in chat. I want to know who you guys think. And I don't know. I think moderators can do that. This is my first experience. Mods, if you can't do that, or if there's trouble, let me know and I can do it myself. But I want to know what the community thinks, what the viewers think, what you guys out there think. In the chat in YouTube, there's right next to add reaction, it says create poll. All right, maybe I modded the wrong people. Ladies and gentlemen, this might be content creator failure. Check it out, the scheming skeleton with the 666 subscribers. That Hey, these guys took my tweet. Oh. Guys, they took my tweet. That was my tweet. That was my banger tweet. Oh, man. Kind of sad. Anyway, they stole my banger tweet. The Exude Confidence cosplay was nuts. I have no idea what's going on there. That was insane. Apparently, we have some content creators in the chat that are making different content than I am. That's for sure. We got some more Flesh and Blood things going on. Melody likes... Ooh, what do we have here? A nutty Shiana turn from DM Armada. What a nutty Shiana turn. That's crazy. I think I can create a poll here. What is this? Let's say who wins the Pro Tour 1? We got Starvo. We have Kano. We have Briar. We have Prism. And I believe we have... Oh, and can I only do 4? Can I only do 4 options? I can only do 4 options, chat. What is going on? All right, well, let's say Runeblade. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We got a couple more people popping into the chat. We have an official poll up right now. Let's see what kind of poll we are looking for. Let's go. 75 of us in the chat, almost to 100 viewers already. We are popping off right now. This is a great time. Thank you again for stopping by. The poll is live. The mods are working on making, or we're working on making a poll, but the mods need a mod, but that's okay. So it looks like we're only allowed to do a couple options. We're only allowed to do a couple options, but hey, you know what? It works out. Let's go back. We have content and we can move this out of the way. So we can just minimize that bad boy. Yep, there we go. There we go. Let's go. All right, let's pull up.
Picking Starvo.
I'll also... I'll pick mass side just because of the expose the element tech, but it's a toss-up, honestly.
If he gets it exposed early, I think that one's just going to be...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again as we fill in the morning.
Very, very difficult on login. The 2 versus 7, I'm going to go...
Let's get our... There's only 30 votes in this poll, guys. If you're in this chat, make sure you vote in this poll. I want to know what you're thinking. I want to know who wins. I should not have given the mods the power. This is just... This is absolutely insane. I shouldn't be doing this. What am I doing? Why am I giving this power? Hometown TCG Dennis, if you're at your computer, why don't you jump in Discord chat? I believe I have Discord chat working, so they'll be able to hear you today. If you want to jump in Discord chat, if you got the time. Nathan Jacourt, we're all rooting for Kano. We need this. Kano winning Pro Tour 1 would be, it's just the, right? Kano goes home with Pro Tour 1 trophy after everyone saying he's unplayable. Dennis is finishing breakfast. Dennis, who said you can eat breakfast? This is flesh and blood time. You consume cardboard. Let's go. Allison says, Warrior rest in peace. In peace. Yes. Yes. The Warrior showing has not been great. We did get a top table game. We got a feature match with Bolton on day 1. It was a hyper interesting match. It was cool to see, but man, oh man, have they been weeded out. Sonny Swanson needs that reaction phase tomorrow. I'm super hyped to talk to Louis tonight. I can't wait. I have been, but I got to tell you, I have been on camera for, we did 8+ hours yesterday. It's been 11+ hours in the last 2 days. It's going to be, I don't know how many hours today. This is going to be nutty. Guys, I'm only going to run the poll for about 3 more minutes. Get your votes in. Cast your votes now. I want to know who wins the Pro Tour. I did not consume cardboard. I spit cardboard out. Devin's testing the limits of Dennis. Devin's testing the limits of Dennis. Wow, your guys' names start to run together. I got these cosplays are awesome. Are these the cosplay contest from yesterday? Man, the cosplay contest yesterday, I heard, was insane. I know a local John went as a Bravo star of the show. Is that John right there? I can't tell. I don't know if that's John or not. I know a local John went as Bravo star of the show. I know Mansant went as Levia. Do we know that was John? Let's go. John with the chest hair and the arm up. The cosplays were incredible. That's awesome. Welcome, John. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining us on stream. Oh, look at that. Some of these cosplays, guys, are insane. Let's put a little background music. There is the homie Mansant. These guys' cosplays are just awesome. It's something. James White signed his Enothos. Let's go. If you're in chat and you've done cosplay, let me know. It's not something I've ever done before. It's not a realm I've experienced, but it does seem super interesting. It seems like something that would just be wild. And just to give an update, let's talk Team Ascent, Team Hometown TCG Ascent. We had a couple players finish in the top 100. Easton finished, I believe, in the top 30. So they showed out this weekend. They played awesome Flesh and Blood, and they were great members of the community. We tweeted a team photo with them earlier this morning. My goodness, they looked just amazing, and I am so proud to be working with them and the work they put in this weekend. So shout out to those guys. Shout out to Team Ascent. And they deserve it, man. Those guys are just awesome. Those players, whether it's representing the community on the table or off it, they know what they're doing. They're just awesome people. So shout out to Team Ascent. Oh, you just scared the Christ. Oh my God. Ah!
Yeah,
ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
I think Easton finished 36 yesterday.
36. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the chat, Hometown TCG Dennis. Let me know. Make sure we can hear Dennis in the chat. Dennis, maybe talk and watch the YouTube video. Make sure the people can hear you. Give the people what they want.
Wait, I'm supposed to be watching YouTube to do this? Like, I need to see what's going on?
You're ridiculous. So, Dennis, if you guys, let me know if you can hear Dennis. I'm showing him up on the sound meter, but yesterday we did have some audio issues. We had to kind of do a Facebook call, which, ugh.
Yeah, Jim. Tell me you can hear me, Jim.
All right, Dennis, are you turning on your camera today so I can add you into the window?
Oh, yeah, I can. I'm not wearing my jersey today, though, but...
Neither am I. I'm wearing my caster blazer. Ladies and gentlemen, we're prepping for top 8 action. We have people popping in. We've got Dennis in the chat. Dennis hopefully turning on his camera. We have Dennis. Yeah, let's go. I'm going to grab Dennis. I'm going to create a screen capture of Dennis right now. Let's see. I want Dennis on the chat.
On the chat.
So give me a second, guys, as I figure this out.
Yeah, Chester, let's go.
There we go. Oh, whoa.
Very nice, Fred. Thank you. Thank you.
Did the stream just end? Did the Channel Fireball stream just end?
That's it. No coverage today.
No, seriously, did it?
I don't know. I'm not on that stream.
Chat, did the stream just end?
Oh, Silvio's saying yes. So they must be having some technical difficulties.
Oh, okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the stream just ended. Let's go. Let's go.
Like how you're doing the video stuff live on the YouTube.
Yes, I am. I wasn't prepared to get you in here, but gosh darn it, I got you in here. Welcome back, Dennis. Dude, what's up? How you feeling today?
I'm feeling good. I'm so stoked for these finals.
Dennis is stoked for the finals. I'm stoked for the finals.
I'm still a little bit tired from yesterday, but I'm pushing through.
That's what I like to hear. Dennis is pushing through. I'm pushing through. So we watched some wild games. Channel
Hey, too. Back here tomorrow.
The absolute banger troll from Channel Fireball is awesome. All right, see everyone back here tomorrow. So we watched some awesome games. Dennis, what was your favorite game that we got to catch yesterday? You got to pick. You can only pick one.
Yeah, as much as I hate to say it, my favorite one was the Lexi Kano, and I really thought Yuki was taking that one down. I did not expect to see a 29 damage comeback on the Kano side of things.
Well, the limited arcane barrier on the side of Yuki Lee was definitely a meta play. It was a meta call, but she just said, you know what? This is the world I live in, and I am Yuki MF Lee Bender. And she played 3 of a kind into 3 of a kind and Art of War into Art of War and just went back to back to back and said, you better kill me because I'm definitely killing you. That was
right.
That was such a cool moment when she said, "Oh, limited arcane barrier, too bad."
Yeah, and that's why I love that game so much, is because she had one turn where she did back-to-back 3 of a kinds, and then her second turn she followed up with 2 Art of Wars into another 3 of a kind and drew like 13 cards and just went off and like took Kano down to 4 life. Actually, no, I think Kano was at 2 life, and then on the follow-up turn. Came in for just a casual lethal, and Kano's like, all right, let's do this. And I think that was the game where he popped the Potion of Deja Vu and was able to get all that value type of thing. So
100%.
Just kind of goes to show you that a lot of people are overlooking those potions and talismans. And I think James White even said in the beginning interview that he expects to see a lot more use of those coming up. That there's some cool interactions that people haven't discovered yet.
I think so too. And that potion usage, shout out Mo Bogsley for being the initial homie on the potion plan, right? Mo Bogsley was talking all about that potion. And hey, look, we ended yesterday talking about pizza, and we're going to start today talking about pizza. But no, the cracking that potion with things on the chain, putting cards back on top of the deck, and then just playing back off the top of the deck and tracking that pitch. Remember, there was that moment where we had to go back and track pitch, and it was a little more difficult because while we had to track that pitch, we also had to like find where it came from with the potion and the Gaze the Ages going back on top, and was there enough pitch to play it all? And then it came in for exact lethal. Like, exactly enough pitch, exact lethal. What an absolute banger. That was so much fun. What a game.
Well,
go ahead.
And you know, honestly, the funniest thing about them having to go back and track the pitch on that was just the you could just kind of see the mental gymnastics that Alex had gone through in that turn before, because he knew he had went through and he counted all of his pitch, and he knew he had enough to do what he did. And I think that when he was setting it up, he thought that one pitch was coming from the tunic, but even though he had already used the tunic earlier in the match, he knew he had saw it somewhere. So I think by instinct he put the counter back on the tunic because he thought it was there, and then they went back and it's like, oh no, the pitch was actually from here, but he was able to calculate that all so fast, and he just forgot where where he saw it.
Yeah. So you make a great point. He's doing this math, and he's like, I have enough pitch, but I'm not showing a dice indicating that I have any pitch over on my pitch stack. It must be from here. He's like, there's a better chance that I moved my tunic counter by accident than I miscounted. That's the confidence that these Kano players are playing with, and just the math that you have to do. And Dennis, this is why I think you and I are not great Kano players, because the dedication to sit there and do that amount of math. I married a math teacher, and I don't want to sit there and do that much math. Maybe if I could have Kristen, Wifetown TCG, sit over my shoulder and count for me while I'm playing, I might be able to play Kano.
Well, that's why you married a math teacher, so you don't have to do math.
Oh, no, I have to anyway. I don't get a choice. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are back online. The stream looks like it is back up and running. This is going to be an absolutely fun day. We have the poll in chat did end, and I did not discuss the results.
Oh, and we got 82 votes. That's pretty good.
82 votes for the poll in chat. What are the results, Dennis? Give us the results. Hit us with it.
We got 53% predicting Kano, 28% predicting Starvo, 12% predicting Prism, and 7% thinks a Runeblade's going to take it.
Okay, so I was right to group the Runeblades together. It doesn't look there's a lot of Runeblade confidence going on.
No, people think it's either going to be Kano or Starvo for the most part.
Okay, so Kano or Starvo, and it's surprising that you guys out there think that Kano is going to win it all. Oh no, camera's overheating already.
Oh no.
That's fine. We have dun 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 backup camera. Let's go. Aren't you an engineer? Yes, I'm a software engineer. That doesn't mean I have to do math. I know a lot of people think software engineers have to do math all day long. Spoiler alert, they don't.
He has lackeys for that.
Yes. And I meme. I can do math. I'm not nearly as dumb as most people as I make myself out to be on stream. So let's pump the brakes here a little bit, okay? let's pump the brakes. I have made some sick predictions about this. And another thing about Kano players, let's talk about Kano players really quick and their ability to just rip Tome of Aetherwind off the top shelf.
Yeah.
Like, oh my goodness, the number of times we've seen Tome of Aetherwind come through to save a turn and make a game, it's almost as integral of a piece of the puzzle as something like Aether Wildfire.
Yeah, I didn't quite hit it when you were looking at the list earlier, but are these Kanos only running Tome of Aetherwind, or do they also have Tome of Findles in there?
I think there's one or two Tome of Findels in some of the Kano lists, but it's an absolute banger. We do have an interview here with Alexander Vore. Let's check this out.
This is the Kano guy. This is the reason why those Stormstriders just doubled in price. So be wary of the #1 wizard. So moving into this, you know, people have played Kano. People are aware of just the sheer strength of what Kano can do, the explosivity. What makes your Kano so much different that you're having such incredible success?
You know, my Kano, I kind of went with.
Give us all your
what
Kano
I was
secrets right
comfortable
now.
With. You know, I think that the really cool thing about Kano is that there's not necessarily one way to build them, as you can see by the Arsenal Pass guys who showed up and beat a lot of butt with Kano too. You know, their list was kind of totally different than mine structured, and you know, I think that's one of the fun things about Kano, in the sense that you know, using math or, you know, different logic and reasoning, you can argue yourself into different spots. You know, my Kano list was kind of a traditional list, more updated. You know, it has all the ratios I want and that kind of stuff, and you know, I can go into any amount of AB with it. You know, it looked like their list was kind of more wildfire focused, maybe kind of trying to abuse lower AB a little harder. But, you know, obviously whatever works, and you know, I went with what I liked, and I think it's not necessarily the only way you can build and play Kano.
Is Kano the highest skill cap hero in the game? Is it the most skill intensive?
You know, it's hard to say, because
Oh,
I
just
think every
dump
hero
on the
has
other
their own
players and say
kinda,
yes.
You know, niche with what you're doing. Like, if you're playing the hard control decks, you know, pitch stacking and making sure your second cycle is perfect is super important at a high skill level. You know, like all the Starvos playing each other. You know, if you have one fusing or pitch stacking their perfect hands the second cycle, and the other one's just putting random no blocks to the bottom of their deck, you're gonna lose. You know, I mean, when you play heroes like Lexi, I loved playing Lexi. She's really fun. Very technical, misleading. You know, you watch somebody play Lexi, you're like, that looks really fun. I want to do that. But, like, the technical sequencing is so, you know, important. You know, chain, obviously, not only are you pitch stacking, you know, you're trying to make sure you're managing your resources, managing your
That
health, your
Huskin
blood
chain
deck.
is going
So,
to
you
be
know, I think a lot of the
useless.
heroes have pros and
Yeah.
cons. It's hard to say objectively, you know, which one is necessarily the hardest. But, you know, it's definitely a different line of thought from the other heroes, because you're playing a sort of different game.
That was a really
Last
nice long
question,
way
you're
of
up
saying,
against
yeah,
Briar.
everyone else is
Briar
dumb but
goes
me.
hot and heavy, full throttle. This is going to be, in a certain regard, a race. This kind of pressure you might not face against any other hero. How are you going to approach this matchup?
You know, I think we're just gonna
Give
go
away
with the
your
standard
secrets again.
plan and see what happens.
Balls of fire. Just go full throttle. All right. This is
Best
Alexander
answer
for the
ever.
#1
That was about-
seed at the Pro Tour. Good luck, my friend.
Thank you.
There you go. Good luck. Okay.
That was an awesome interview. That was sweet. I wanted to get there. I wanted to get that. I wanted to hear what the Kano extraordinaire had to say from the mouth of the man himself. That's an absolute banger. You were just covering Tan and Grace's face here, and that seems disrespectful, so I'm going to move you a little bit.
I'm okay with it.
It seems a little bit disrespectful. I'm reshaping you on the fly.
Can you just put my face on Ted and Grace's body? Like, is that a thing that can happen?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now here to change the way Hometown TCG Dennis looks. Let's check in with chat after that Kano interview, guys. How are we feeling about this first match, about round 1? We have Briar into Kano. How are we feeling? We know we see Arcane Barrier on the side of Briar. We know Kano is playing this very unique deck. It's not reliant, as the Kano player said, as Alexander just stated, it's not reliant on that Aether Wildfire turn, but in a race, you might need it. You might not get a choice. So how are you guys feeling about this?
Oh, quick update. Team Hometown TCG Ascent Rooks is 7-2 in the calling right now.
Let's go! Hometown TCG Ascent Rooks is 7-2 in the calling. Let's go. Calling top 8 Rooks? Easton,
Cool.
Easton top 40 Pro Tour calling top 8 Rooks? Hometown TCG Ascent out there showing out. Let's go. Good update. Eric says Kano wins the game. Going back, B&E dub. Josh can't be that handsome and a genius. Everyone is nice to me, except you. Let's pop in on another interview here.
Presented here. 2 from the U.S. This is Jacob Shaker on Briar now.
Ooh.
Top 8. Pro Tour. You're walking into the building this morning. What's going through your mind?
Oh, I'm just trying not to think about it mostly. It's just every game, it's like I'm just going to focus on the here and now, make sure I remember all my triggers, my embodiments, and then just, you know, kill them as fast as possible. Just don't let up.
Is this one of those things where, like, if this goes to 3 turns, it can get dicey?
Well, I really don't know much about Wizard. All I know is that they have a lot of doubling effects, so it's mostly like try to limit the number of potions, try not to get caught with my pants down, you know. I had a buddy, Wizard, just like told me, even when you're going for the kill, gotta hold that blue. You just never know.
No, you're right. Absolutely.
I
And
love
bringing
this guy.
Briar to this party is one of the only Briars to make it through, obviously, to the top 8, but even to bubble up to the top of the field. Were there any other heroes that you're considering moving forward? And are you just a Briar main?
Well, we were really thinking about everyone. We sort of started on Starvo after the bans, but we sort of figured
Except
we need to
Kano.
get really lucky continuously to be able to do that. We thought about Chain, but I'm not really confident in my Chain play, especially at such a high level. Just, you know, the nerves would get to me and I'd miss triggers. And then I was like, well, Briar's pretty good against everyone. So just, you know, hope they're not expecting it.
No, you're not wrong there. And finally, everybody who has made it this far usually has people that, not necessarily that they want to thank, but has helped them along the journey as well, a team, testing partners and such. Can you talk a little bit about the importance of having a good support
Yeah,
system?
Michael, I think you're right.
Absolutely. Big shout outs to my buddy Trent, to the Greens, to Ben. My buddy Trent and I just spent all last week testing, and it's definitely like the knowledge of what everyone else is doing, of like, I've played their deck. I know what they can do. So it's like, it's not so much about like needing to block optimally, because
Again,
I
except
know
Kano.
when they can kill me, and I know that as long as I got one life, I can get my turn.
Jacob Shaker of the USA, the 8th seed here at the Pro Tour. Good luck going
USA,
forward, my friend.
USA. That guy might be. Jacob Shaker might be my new favorite player.
Yeah, I
He
still
might be
think
my new
that,
favorite player.
I still think based on what he just said, he's about to experience.
All right, let's check out chat. Michael, he's going to get rolled by Kano with these remarks.
Yeah, I don't think he knows what he's in for.
The number of top 8 players that are outside of the U.S. is 6. I believe we have 6 international players and 2 USA players. So a super diverse field. Someone mentioned earlier in the chat that we have a super diverse field of players from both outside the U.S. and right here from the U.S. It's cool to see internationally people traveling to show out at this Pro Tour. So that, I believe, will be our round 1 match. We've got an interview with the Briar player. We've got an interview with the Kano player. Can't imagine they're just interviewing everyone who's not going to be on Stream Games. I'm sure it's going to be interviewed. And I think we're going to see this game, and we're going to get thrown to the Starvo mirror, because this game's going to last what?
Really fast.
Yeah, this game's going to be fast.
Wait. It's going to get dicey if it makes it to 3 turns.
You heard it from Jacob himself. He's like, I'm just going to do my thing and kill them. And I was like, that's top tier flesh and blood analysis. I was like, do you want the jacket, bud? Like, that's... And you know... That's a player, too, that's just confident in all these matchups, that has checked out all these different decks. He's probably played the Starvo mirror hundreds of times, maybe, yeah, definitely hundreds of times, if not thousands at this point. But it looks like we're finally going to get some gameplay. We're looking Kano, we're looking Briar. I want those motion graphics badly in my life, so I can just have them for the stream. Let's pop over to some gameplay. Let's move Hometown TCG, Dennis, to the top of the screen, and let's get ready. Dennis, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Dude, I was born ready. Chat, if you're ready, let's go. Kano and Briar. Kano trigger.
Match.
Kano right away triggering that Kano power off the top. Potion of Deja Vu off the top, 1 card left. Blazing Aether Pitch card in Arsenal, light blue hand for the Kano player on turn 1.
Yeah, but if you're going to have a low blue hand, getting that Potion of Deja Vu on the field turn 1 where you don't have to worry about it is definitely the key point.
That definitely could be a key to this matchup. I almost would have liked to see something like Energy Potion on turn 1 over Potion of Deja Vu, but it's nice not to have that in the hand. You have a little block for this Briar deck in case you need it. Sonata Arcanix throwing 1 Arcane. We have a saying amongst our play group, Dennis, especially you and me, and it's...
You think I'm going to block that?
You think I'm blocking that? You got another thing coming. There's no chance. There's no chance. Oh, blue lightning surge for 2. You think I'm blocking that? You got another thing coming. Sonata Arcanix drawing that Lightning Surge. Lightning Surge will not have go again, as it won't come out of Arsenal, but it's a great Arsenal target on turn 1. And Sonata Arcanix on turn 1, interesting play. Let's see what Briar can get done here. Coax a Commotion, if it hits, gonna make that Quicken token that Kano just can't make use of. This card is great tech into something like Kano, into these decks that can't make use of that Quicken token, that really can't go again. Coax of Commotion, just coaxing value out of the matchup. It's too bad that the Fab Father himself, Louis, ran up the price of this card so much. I'm personally blaming him for that, because
absolutely.
This card is so good. And obviously,
he's been hyping it for like a year and a half.
For those who don't, yes.
I think before it even came out, he was hyping it.
And for those who don't know, I am kidding. So before someone's like, he's crap talking Louis, like, no, we're totally kidding. It's all in fun and games. Here comes the pitch. Crucible of Aetherweave trigger and the Sonic Boom coming down for 4. Remember, there is 3 Arcane Barrier on the side of this Briar. We're looking at Crown of Dichotomy, Vexing Quillhead. Oh, no, 2. And Snapdragon Scales. Yeah. There's 2 Arcane Barrier. So this Sonic Boom will hit for at least 2. And Briar going with an interesting strategy here, pitching that blue, saying, I don't want to commit to taking all this. And Sonic Boom going to look at the top, reveal, and possibly play. Alexander Vor says, no, thank you. Don't want that card.
Well, and the really important thing going into this is that Briar is another deck that runs a lot of red, to the point where, yeah, he can get those blues, and I'm sure he has enough blues in there to block, but every blue he blocks with just hurts his hand more in taking away those non-attack actions. So it is one of those things where I think we just... Yeah, he did block the Sonic Boom, but in order to keep doing it and going off the top and stuff like that, it's more cards that are weakening his turn. So,
yes, it definitely is a value proposition when you choose to block on this Briar list. I'm trying to make sure we can see the card names. I want to make sure we give the chat the optimal experience. There is a second blue in hand, right? So we saw the blue Earth pitch to soak the Arcane, and there's a second blue Captain's Call in hand, and it's going to buff this attack for +2, as the attack out of Arsenal already has Go Again. Swinging in for 6. Casual 6 damage, Go Again, off a 0 attack. Pretty good. Alexander Vor says, been there, done that. No thank you, I'll take this damage.
Yeah, this doesn't have an on-hit trigger. I don't need to worry about it yet.
There was 3 blues in hand as a blue evergreen pitch comes down, and as we see that blue evergreen pitch sitting over in the pitch zone, it's unlikely that Alexander Vor will make a play on Jacob's turn, as he just gets 2 value from sitting there. Likely he will let him draw up, try to either catch him on a no blue hand or tax him for resources, even if he plans on triggering Kano. Ben Yent, Louis exhausted. Toma Findel coming out of the arsenal here, gaining, what will this be?
I believe it's going to be...
Is this going to be 6 life?
Yeah,
is this off a tunic counter?
Yeah, it was off a tunic, so that puts him right back up in almost the starting life. Takes away almost everything that Jacob just did.
This is a huge play for Kano, gaining 6 life and having so many resources. And if I'm not mistaken, it looks like we see Toma Findel in hand again. Is that top card? That top card might be second copy of Toma Findel. I can't quite tell, but being able to Toma Findel, throw another one in Arsenal.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And gain 6 life and be able to throw some more attacks there could be just a wild proposition to go up against. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and I don't think we actually saw any Toma Findel plays yesterday, especially coming out of Arsenal type of thing. So it is just one of those things to kind of remember that, like, even Kano gaining 5 or 6 life is it's huge for him, because all Kano needs to do is stay above 1, and he can kill you from almost anywhere. So
100%. And remember, in these top 8 games, there is no time limit. We give the players the opportunity to think out these optimal turns and these optimal lines. And what this means is, with a 6-card hand, Alexander Vor is going to run through the millions of possibilities. And you just said it yourself. If Kano is able to whittle down life totals and keep it close, it's almost guaranteed to be over. Kano wants this game to be as close as possible going into that end phase where you're below 20 life and Kano's going to die and you put lethal on the stack. Then he's going to look to close this bad boy out.
Right.
So
a lot of times he tries to get those turns to come out where you have to expend your whole hand in order to put lethal on the stack. And then once lethal's on the stack, he goes off when you don't have a whole lot of option to block him. That's a big strength for Kano, is that generally you have to lay your whole hand down to kill him before he has to react.
100%, and that's the dangerous spot. We're going to see Jacob try to avoid that spot, right? Jacob wants the option to keep a high life total and present lethal to his Kano opponent with a bunch of cards in hand. That is a lot of pitch. That is a Tome of Findel pitch. One floating, so it looks like we drew into a lot of reds. Oh, we are going to crack Potion of Deja Vu. 3 Kano activations. So how this works, ladies and gentlemen, is he has activated Kano 3 times, put all of those activations on the combat chain, held priority himself, cracked Potion of Deja Vu, and he's going to put his pitch stack on top of his deck. That means he will control how those Kano activations come off the top of the deck. He will choose what cards come off and in what order. We see a Gaze the Ages down there. Right now, we see Dennis. What do we see there? We see Tome of the Aetherwind staring back at us. The engine that
with
drives...
another Tome of Findel. Oh, this is a master level play here. I did not wow.
This is an insane play. Tome of Aetherwind, Aether Flare, Tome of Findel sitting at the top staring at us with 3 Kano activations on the chain right now. Potion of
And Jacob is just like looking at all those cards going, I don't know how to stop this.
And as Jacob admittedly said earlier, you know what? I haven't quite tested it against Kano. Well, as the saying goes, you about to learn today. Kano doing Kano things, playing wild. We're picking the order that these go on the top of the deck, and I can guarantee, Dennis, we're about to see some tomes. This is wild. BNE Dub Gaming said, I just did the math. This is crazy. If you did the math and this game is over, I don't know math. I don't know how it works, so good for you.
I don't think that it's over because I don't see an Aether Wildfire in there, but I think that he's going to at least be knocking him down sub 20 life, and he's probably going to be... I think this is a turn that Briar's going to have to take off because I think we're going to be seeing some major blocking from Briar, or major Arcane Barrier from Briar.
Now, here's the danger. Let's talk about that. A turn that Briar takes off. If Kano's able to push Briar into taking this turn off, Briar taking this turn off, meaning they go into like a pass phase where Briar just passes. And if Briar just passes, the danger there is that Kano draws up a full hand, you have no cards, and Kano's able to free fire at you off the top of the deck on your turn, or crack Storm Striders and go for lethal. So you definitely don't want to go into your turn with no cards in hand. It's a scary proposition. You definitely want to hold something, but often you got to keep yourself alive. You don't get the opportunity to.
Yeah. Now here's an interesting thing here. You notice that he played the Tome of he put the Tome of Aetherwind and the Tome of Findel into the top 3 that he was going to peel off, and he played the Tome of Findel first so that he could draw those 2 cards. And then he has the option on Tome of Aetherwind to use a field that we don't really see very often, where you can buff your next attack rather than drawing the card. So if he valued pushing damage more than drawing the cards with what he had, he now has the option to play the Tome to give the next thing that he does a +2 Arcane.
Yes, so he could use the Tome for +2 Arcane, but often the value of 2 cards in Kano just outweighs the value of +2. But it's cool that you brought that up because this could be one of those niche scenarios. And I want to talk about a situation we haven't covered yet. There's a possibility we see Kano do a million things and then nothing happens. And Dennis, the homie, calling it out, +2 on the next thing that we do.
Yeah, because he ended up flipping a Aether Wildfire, so...
And here comes the Gaze the Ages pitch to trigger... Well, he knew he was flipping the Aether Wildfire, which is incredible. And we have Aether Wildfire coming down. Comes down for a base 4, +2. Wait, is it a base? It must be it's a base 3, +2 off the Tome, and +1 off the Crucible for a casual 6 damage. Here it comes. It's dropping the hammer. Pitching the Arcane Barrier, pitching the blue, blocking for 2, and here comes the Blazing Aether. So Blazing Aether will come in for 8. Blazing Aether coming in for 8. This is huge right here. This is it just brings that life total closer and closer together, and Kano is able to do this kind of, with being able to draw back up on his opponent's turn. His opponent will keep a hand, but Kano isn't taxed for this. He's going to have a full grip. He's going to have an arsenal target. He's got 1 in pitch. No tunic, unfortunately, but he will get to arsenal something interesting here. What a turn.
Yeah.
A lot of hoops to jump through for not a ton there. Is forgetting a trigger a
I
warning?
think that
I
was
don't know.
huge.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't think that's not a ton at all. I think that was a huge turn for him to be able to keep their life totals, kind of like you said, almost even. Like, now Jacob's only sitting two cards higher. He had that, and you can see there that at the end there he didn't fully block out the Blazing Aether. He basically just was like, I'm only committing to blocking that one, using that one blue pitch. So he needs the rest of the cards in his hand, and now he's going to have a weaker turn for it.
All right. Well, here, Ravenous Rabble, ladies and gentlemen, coming down for 4. Snatch revealed, so Ravenous Rabble for 4. It's not nearly the play we saw yesterday with the jump shot where Ravenous Rabble came down for 5 with the Gorgonian Tome flip off the top. But Ravenous Rabble for 4, go again into Kano. Again, Kano looking and saying, if you think I'm blocking that, you got another thing coming. That's not a hit effect. I'm not worried about it. No defense. Kano thinking about it. I'm calling no defense early. I may be incorrect. We definitely could see a block here. Alexander Vor is going to do a value proposition. He doesn't block. Here comes
he already took the damage.
Here comes Swarming Gloomveil off the Embodiment of Earth. It's got Go Again off the Embodiment of Earth generation from Ravenous Rabble hitting. So this deck does punish you just a little bit for choosing not to block. Generating that embodiment, turning on Swarming Gloomveil. You don't have to utilize extra pitch. You don't have to crack Vexing. It's an interesting way to play the deck. But if you don't block these attack actions, you get that Embodiment of Earth. Unfortunately, Kano's like, I'm not attacking you anyway. Have all the embodiments of Earth you want. I don't care. Swarming Gloomveil coming down for 3. Alexander Vor definitely doing some math.
Thomas, I thought he got. No, he only gained life from the one tome. The other tome he drew into and he played off the top. So he only had one tome come out of Arsenal.
Yes, that was only one tome out of Arsenal. If you play the tome off the top, you don't gain the life. You just draw the cards, which still not bad. It looks like we will block with an Aether Wildfire. Aether Wildfire block early, and we heard Alexander Vor in the early interview mention how it's not the most important thing in the world to have Aether Wildfire for his deck to go off. He's claiming that his deck can go off with Aether Wildfire, without Aether Wildfire, regardless. He doesn't mind. And this Snatch, with no natural Go Again, but Snapdragon Scalers staring you in the face, you wonder, with no non-attack action dropping down, no real threat of Rosetta. All right, no defense. The reaction to break Snapdragon Scalers, Snatch will draw a card. Jacob realizing that he is in a position where he's just got to keep going. He's got to keep the pedal to the metal. He's got to keep going. He did draw the Snatch that was revealed. Revel in Runeblood is the first non-attack action. Revel in Runeblood will not trigger, but it will turn on Rosetta to come in for 2 and 2, and we'll get to Arsenal that copy of Snatch.
Was that the first non-attack action? Because he can't play Revel then.
Yes, you can. You can still play it. It's a blank text. It's just a blank text non-attack action. You can play Revel in Runeblood, but it doesn't trigger. Revel in Runeblood reads, if you've played another non-attack action and another non-attack action card, create 4 rune chants.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said it was the first one played this turn.
It was the first one played this turn. So you can play it. It just doesn't create any rune chants. All it does is enable the backside of Rosetta Thorn for 2 arcane damage. And as we expected, Alexander Vor just goes, Alexander Vor goes, not a chance. Not blocking that. Tunic to 1. I have to try to even this game out. And with his opponent at 27, if he can push some decent damage here, we're going to see something like an Aether Flare. Kano trigger off the top says, let's take a peek. I want to attack you on your turn. Reverberate. And as I mentioned in pregame coverage, Reverberate is doing work in this field right now. It's been insane. Reverberate can banish and play tomes as an instance. Reverberate can give you a way to deal multiple sources of arcane in a turn without having to blind off the top. This card in a light arcane barrier field is doing work, and here it comes. Reverberate coming down, 1 float, Reverberate for 4. 4 arcane damage coming through lets you banish something up to 4 cost from your hand and play it this turn as though it were an instant. You still have to pay for it, though. So the backside of the Reverberate, I imagine we see something here. He blocks 2, takes 2, looking at his hand. Are we going to banish something? We will banish and play the Potion of Deja, or no, play the Potion of Deja Vu just as our action for the turn. So second copy of Potion of Deja Vu, turning on one of those ridiculous turns again for our Kano deck. Ravenous Rabble, absolute MVP, and there it is. We see Channel Mount Heroic on top of the deck.
Yeah, Jacob, I think Kano, of these two matchups, Kano has the better Starvo matchup.
I believe Kano has the better Starvo matchup, but gosh darn, it's really fun to watch a Briar just go off and go ham. Ravenous Rebel for 4. I get to say my favorite catchphrase. If you think I'm blocking that, you got another thing coming. No way. Not a chance. Ravenous Rebel hitting for 4. Potion of Deja Vu on the field. Here comes that snatch out of Arsenal with no inherent go again.
And he's already broken snaps, so...
He's already broken snaps, no inherent go again. I would be surprised to see Alex block this unless there's a situation where he can't make proper use of his hand. And he knows Channel Mount Heroic is coming. And most of the blues in this deck are Earth cards. If you can't keep a blue Earth and you hold Channel Mount Heroic in hand, that could just be a dead card on the side of Briar. I'd be interested to see if Alexander Vor says, you're going to draw Channel Mount Heroic. He blocks with Tunic. No more Tunic counters. 4 Arcano player, 4 block, fully blocking the snatch. He is anticipating that there is a blue in hand, doesn't want to give him Mount Heroic. And I want to see him tax those Earth Blues from his opponent's hand right now. He says, you don't get Channel Mount Heroic. Here's a Scalding Rain 4/5, 1 pitch floating, dropping down on the head of Briar. Here comes an Earth Blue pitch. We have to imagine there's another one in the hand.
With this play, he's definitely making sure that if he hangs on to Channel Mount Heroic, the next turn he has, all he's doing is laying down Channel Mount Heroic.
Absolutely, and here comes Snapback down for another 3. The goal of dwindling that life total, inching this game closer and closer. The question is, will the Briar player have time? Do you have time for Channel Mount Heroic in this game? If you get it down, you have no blue. Are you just susceptible to a game loss on the spot? Or does Jacob draw more blues than any Briar player in the history of ever and always have one in his hand? It's all going to come down to this pretty soon. We know Channel Mount Heroic is in the hand. We saw a Tunic block go through there, which blows my freaking mind right now.
No, I think what that means is that Alex knows that this isn't going to the point where he's going to have 3 counters.
Alex said, I got use of my Tunic once. That's all I planned on anyway. At this point, it blocks for 1 and saves a card. Boom. Drop it on the combat chain. Here comes Channel Mount Heroic. Lightning Surge 4/7. Go again.
And only 1 card in hand, right?
Only 1 card in hand, Tunic on 2. If Alex is going for it this turn, he will take the 7. He will tell his opponent, you have to throw that Rosetta. If you want to kill me, you got to pitch that last card and throw that Rosetta. He's not going to give him any resources to keep himself alive. Lightning Surge for 7 on the chain. Alexander Vor at 9 can take this and go to 2. Will take it, will go to 2, and says, if you want to kill me, you've got to use all your resources. And this is that situation we were just talking about. If this is a blue in hand, I wouldn't be surprised to see Jacob pass here. The problem is, if that's a blue in hand, where does it go? Does it go in the arsenal? Do you hold it? Alexander Vor is just going to wait. I think the question there was, should he have broken Vexing Quill Hand and attacked and presented the other 2, so presented exact lethal? He does have Arcane Barrier too. Here comes the blue captain's call pitch, and here it is. Jacob Shaker saying, I'm presenting Rosetta Thorn. Kill me.
Right.
And Alexander Vor says, it's my duty to oblige. Let me look at the top of the deck. Here we go. This is going to be one of those crazy sequence Kano turns. We're going to get into the weeds on this bad boy. First of all, we're breaking Talismanic. We're taking a look at the 2. And remember, with AB2, blocking this Rosetta Thorn is an option here. Blocking Rosetta Thorn, doing something on your turn, keeping that life total closer. The issue with that is when you do go to finish this off, your opponent is going to have more cards in hand and likely more resources.
Yeah, like this is definitely the key that he was waiting for here. Like now he knows that the most that Jacob can block is 2, so he's got to get up to 22 damage to close this out, which is a lot better than letting Jacob draw up his hand again and going through the same scenario when he's got probably access to 2 or more blues.
So here we go. We're looking at the top of the deck. Alexander Vor is going to take his time on this turn. It looks like
boss,
one of the opt options, if you look now, is an Aether Wildfire on the top of the deck. So the question is, do we have the pitch? Can we play it?
So Realm, he blocked with an Aether Wildfire earlier, which leads to me to believe that he's got an Aether in Arsenal. So the fact that he just opted into another one means we could be seeing a double Aether turn.
We could be seeing a double Aether turn. Remember, he can use the first Aether as pitch and get it back with Tome. He keeps 1 on top. He puts 1 at the bottom. We have to assume he kept the Aether Wildfire on the top of his deck. The pitch comes down, and we will flip Aether Wildfire and banish Aether Wildfire. We will not play yet. Remember, Kano allows us to banish, and then the Eye of Ophidia pitch in the final hand is clutch. Going to look at the top 2 cards of the deck. We are going to pick what comes off the Kano trigger here. Dennis, you and I both know this is huge.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're looking at an Aether Wildfire already banished. Now remember, these cards are banished, but they still have to be paid for to play. The weird thing is, if we have any kind of draw effects, whether they be in hand, whether we find them off the top of the deck, Potion of Deja Vu can draw Eye of Ophidia, and then we can pitch it again for more and more opt and dig farther into the deck for our tools. Things can start to get wild. Eye of Ophidia, Potion of Deja Vu, peeking at the top 2. Alexander Vor at the top of his game knows his opponent has 2 pitch floating. He's effectively at 22. Alexander Vor must do 22. And man, oh man, in the top 8, the finals of Pro Tour 1, this is not where you want to get your math wrong.
No.
I felt like I just rambled for like a minute and a half and you hit me with, no, you do not.
I don't think you understand. Like, I for sure don't have the brain power to play Kano. It's taking about 3/4 or 75% of my brain power just to follow the match right now. So
Gaze the Ages off the top is an amazing hit. It's a card that can be played later. Opt further into the deck. We're going to see the whole deck at this point and go back in the hand to be another blue. This is insane. This turn is wild. I'm so hyped for this turn. Jacob, just sitting here, do you think Jacob can be like, all right, I'm going to go get a soda? And if, obviously that's a joke, Jacob definitely watching his opponent, making sure his opponent sequences everything correctly, because at the top table, a missed sequence could be a game loss. We could turn this into a game loss, so his opponent must sequence things correctly, and he is monitoring every play here to make sure it's all done by the book, making sure Alexander Vor is playing at his utmost top level, at the top of his game. This turns wild. Looks like we're going in for another Kano activation. Okay, here we go. The first card being played. He's showing Aether Wildfire. And with Aether Wildfire on the chain, he will snap off the Gaze the Ages. What this means is the Aether Wildfire will not resolve. It will sit on the chain, and he will dig with Gaze the Ages. He will look at the top 2. He will still look at the top 2 cards. He's got one floating. He still has Storm Striders available and Potion of Deja Vu. I would be surprised if we don't see Potion of Deja Vu here. He is absolutely going for it, but it's been brought up and it's a good point. He just needs 2 cards to block this. Now, blocking this definitely does not put you in a great proposition after using all these resources. It's not the best thing in the world, but he can 2-card block this. He has the AB2 to block the Arcane from Rosetta, and he's got the card that could block the 2 damage. So blocking this is an option, but it's very unlikely to see us pivot off this turn now with the Potion of Deja Vu on the chain. Maybe he's looking for a draw effect. Maybe he doesn't have a draw effect, and that could be a problem.
Right, and that's what I was just about to say, is that I think the only way we see Potion of Deja Vu come into play is if he ends up running into a tome. Without the tome and the ability to draw those cards he puts back on top, it's actually more of a detriment to use the Potion of Deja Vu.
And he bins both. So he bins both cards to the bottom of the deck here. I wouldn't be surprised to see him play the Gaze the Ages, or pitch the Gaze the Ages, look at Kano, leave that on the top of the deck. Aether Wildfire only coming in for 4.
Yeah, I think Alex is actually in a little bit of a rough spot here.
Ladies and gentlemen, we could be in trouble here. Alex looks like he's going to 1, using the 1 floating to block the Arcane Barrier, using the card in hand to block the 2 physical, going to 1. We did not find it on Kano that turn. Oh no. We could be in trouble. The first attack thrown here will present lethal. Potion of Deja Vu ready. Metacarpus Nodes ready. If you're Kano, you need a 4 blue hand right now. Ladies and gentlemen, this could be trouble, and Sonata Arcanix could throw lethal. Could absolutely throw lethal. Sonata Arcanix 4-0, flipping the top 3. It's showing that Alexander Vor is still at 2. I thought he was at 1. There's a chance he's at 2. He is at 1. Sonata Arcanix here, flipping 3. The problem is, if you let Sonata Arcanix resolve, the card that's chosen goes into hand. No matter what. You can't resolve half the card and go off in the middle. If Sonata Arcanix resolves and you flip 3 and you see an attack action, you cannot then choose to go off before that attack action goes into hand. And if he flips a blue burgeoning, oh my gosh. There we go. Kano activation. 2 Kano activations triggered. Potion of Deja Vu broken. Here we go, Dennis. This is the moment. It looks like there's a Tome of Findel in that pitch stack. It looks like there's a Scalding Rain in that pitch stack, so I believe we will see 1 Kano activation triggered, flipping the Tome of Aetherwind. 1 Kano activation triggered, flipping the Tome of Findel. This is the card draw we lost last turn, and we're hoping, you mentioned it before, that's got to be an Aether Wildfire in Arsenal. He blocked with 1. We saw 1 last turn. He has seen the entire deck at this point. Do we have the Wildfire? Do we have the Arcane damage to get this through? Tome of Aetherwind coming through, drawing 2. Pitching 2 floating, Tome of Findel coming down, drawing 2 more. Lots of card draw, refilling the hand, getting a filter, 2 pitch floating. No Potion of Deja Vu, digging through the hand. Remember, Sonata Arcanix has not resolved yet. This is getting wild. This is getting insane. Kano sitting at 1. Jacob saying, you better kill me, because I'm coming for you, dude. I'm going to kill this Kano. I'm going to be the one to knock Kano out of the Pro Tour. Jacob's got the confidence. Briar love being shown here at the top tables. And man, oh man, Kano feels like his back. Alexander Vor is using all of those brain cells that, Dennis, you and I don't have to try to win this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm like just so fixated on this, trying to I'm just trying to come up with the lines of play that he can have, and I'm drawing blanks.
And I'm drawing blanks, but at the start of this game, I did mention, after Jacob's interview, that guy might be my new favorite player. This dude is sitting there staring down a Kano and just puffing his chest out, saying what and saying, I'm gonna kill you, Kano. We're over here on the side of Briar. We are coming for that life total. We are going to kill you. What are you gonna do about it? And can you stop me? Channel Mount Heroic on the field means almost any attack in the deck is unblockable for our Kano player. I cannot wait to see what might happen. Blind Kano trigger off the top. We're at the top where we're blind digging for Kano.
Yeah, super fun for us. Once you get to the top 8, it's a single elimination. So there's no more playing after this. Whoever loses this one is out.
Whoever loses this game is currently out. The Sonata Arcanix threatening casual lethal when those cards go to flip is just terrifying. He does not like what he sees off the top. He knows he has to banish this card. He doesn't like what he's seeing. He has to banish this card.
We got Drippy Sam in the chat.
Drippy Sam in the chat is shunning his Briar love and going for Kano. I'm jealous. If that is tea, I need some of that in my life for my voice right now because I cannot stop talking about this game. He Kano triggers and puts the card back on top. That is not great.
No, that is not what you want to see.
2 non-attack actions, 3 non-attack actions. Sonata Arcanix will whiff here. No arcane barrier being thrown. However, still cards in hand. We still have access to free attacks to throw at this Kano player. We're still going for the throat. We still want lethal, but 3 whiffs. A tome, 2 tomes used, no draw, and here it is. Scar for a scar for 7. Scar for a scar for 7. Is this the moment? Is this it? We're going for the throat on the side of Briar. What do you got? What do you got for me, Dennis?
The important thing here is that Scar for a Scar doesn't have go again. So yeah, it is coming in for 7, but at least he knows that he doesn't have, like, if he blocks this out, he gets to go to his next turn.
Unless we're looking at a lightning press.
Oh, that's a good point.
Ladies and gentlemen, he's got the lightning press. Briar gets there. Jacob Shaker taking down the #1 seed. Briar says, Kano, I don't care about you. I'm coming for the throat. I'm slapping down big attacks. And Jacob gets there on Briar. Ladies and gentlemen, what a game 1 we just got to watch. Holy smokes. Dude, get it. Ladies, what do you guys think? Let me know in chat if you thought he was going to get there. I didn't think he was going to get there.
Rocks are stronger than magic.
Rocks are stronger than magic. That's right. We have a wizard on one side of the table, and the rune blade on the other side of the table said, I'm just going to punch you in the mouth. Deal with it. And the wizard couldn't deal with it. Alexander Vore takes one to the chin, doesn't have the strong jaw, gets lightning pressed out of the game. I'm interested. Someone look at the list. How many lightning presses are in the deck? Because yesterday, we saw a Sonata Arcanix flip actually lose to lightning press, right? We saw a Sonata Arcanix flip and get no attack actions because of a lightning press in the slot of an attack. I'd love to remember and kind of look into how many lightning presses are in that deck, but what a game. 3 lightning presses in the deck. Stoked to see Briar get there. The Briar player played it well. Had the blues, used the blues well, used the blues effectively to mitigate damage, keep that life total high, get down Channel Mount Heroic, and then just throw 0 cost attack after 0 cost attack. And on the side of Kano player, Alexander Vore looked at what seemed like a million cards on his deck over and over and over again. And he just couldn't find what he was looking for. And shout out to Alexander Vore. If you've ever played Kano in the chat, you know playing 1 game of Kano, 2 games of Kano can be exhausting. This player has played Kano all weekend at this point for 15 games of high-level gameplay. Shout out to him for as far as he made it, for showing us all the way, showing us Wizard was the thing. But Jacob, maybe my new favorite player after that interview, able to take it down. Dennis, what are you thinking about the winner of that game?
Yeah, I mean, Jacob's got to be feeling really amazing right now after that. especially with all of us roasting him pre-interview about, man, with those comments, we think he's about to learn a lesson in Kano, and he is like, nope, hold my beer, we're doing this.
Hold my
So
beer. I don't care what you can read in your books. I'm gonna smack you with attacks right in the face, and then probably flip you a double bird. And I gotta say, Easton, hometown TCG Easton, let's go. Anyway, I gotta say, after that interview, I was a Jacob fan when he was just like, I got a simple strategy. I'm gonna beat you in the face. I'm gonna punch you in the mouth. Let's do this.
I'm just gonna do my thing and hold a blue.
I love that gameplay. That was awesome. Let's see chat's reaction, guys. That was awesome. Kano, Owl800 saying Kano whiffed twice. Super Fun Force, thank you so much. Briar from the top rope says Flesh and Blood Brothers with the elbow drop. The content creator, Blazer elbow drop coming through. Nevin said the Kano player couldn't get what he needed, but the Briar haven't. I don't think the Briar had exactly what they needed. The Briar made do with what they have. They whiffed on a Sonata, but both players playing at the top of their game. Let's not discredit one player. Let's not do that. We're not here for that. Zap Zap. That might actually be what's put Starvo's in the finals. Oh no. I don't think. Oh, we can get a Starvo mirror in the finals. Starvo mirrors are tough to call, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, well, let's remember, Kano's not out of this yet. We still have Sasha in the top 8. I don't know how he did in round 1, but
that's true. We don't know how he did in round 1. We'll get an update soon. Fallback Kid said that's not New Jersey. I don't know what we're talking about. Maybe it's the picture in my thumbnail. I'm pretty sure it's New Jersey. We'll see. Steve Stroud, GG. Steve Stroud, the homie from way back when. Shout out, Steve Stroud. Thanks for being here, man. Super appreciate you. Played all 6 tomes and couldn't get there. Yeah, that was crazy. Steven says, great call in the lightning press. Thank you very much. Thank you. You know, I do what I can. Dennis prophesizes. I prophesize a little bit. We get there from time to time. I'm not going to read Steve's other comment because now he's back on roasting me. I got one comment, and that was it. Sam says, after talking with Levi last night, we concluded we want Prism to win because she could theoretically get Living Legend this weekend. I don't understand the Prism hate. I don't get it. People are like, oh, Prism needs a Living Legend, so I just play against it. Guys, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't understand the Prism hate. I don't get it. I hate to say it, but I hope someone picked up that phone because I called it. It's the weirdest thing. There's always an utterly dominant player who goes undefeated until the top 8, then they lose. I don't know. I mean, Alexander Ford played great, but that's what happens when you play Kano. Sometimes, no matter how much you dig, no matter how much you try, you can't find it. And all of these decks run a little bit like that, where it doesn't matter from time to time. No matter what you do, no matter what you try to find, you can't get there. And that's what's cool about Flesh and Blood. You have to play around situations like that, and you have to account for that. When it comes to deck building, and when it comes to playing the game, you must account for all of this variance, and that's one of the things that makes Flesh and Blood so cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not even so much a matter of like finding what you need. It's finding what you need in the right order to be able to combo it together. And I think that, and have the pitch on top of it to be able to make it happen. So there's so many calculations that go into Kano and making it work right. That I think that's why you don't see him a lot at these top tournaments. And it takes amazing players like Alexander Bohr and Sasha to be able to make that happen, but you still run into those times where it just doesn't line up.
Absolutely, and no matter what you do, you always want to make the best plays. I'm sure Alexander Moore made the best plays there that he could think of. I'd love to hear if he's looking back, if he maybe watches the footage, if he comes by and watches this stream. You never know if he thinks there's other things that he could have done to get there. So it's always interesting when we sit back in hindsight and we watch some of our gameplay and we think about what we want if we could have gotten there. But again, Jacob, after that interview, might be who I want to win this Pro Tour. I think I'm Team Jacob right now. Wasn't that the old Vampires versus Werewolves, Team Someone and Team Jacob, right? I'm pretty sure I'm Team Jacob. Oh, hey, we're showing up.
I wouldn't know that, Josh.
You absolutely would know that. So I think I might be Team Jacob. I want to see him take the whole thing down. I'm a huge, huge fan.
Well, I just switched over to Team Sasha.
So we've got a fight in the chat between Sam and Eric. The reason for Prism is she doesn't allow control decks to thrive. We don't need more control decks. Kano's tough to play. Sometimes the top of your deck doesn't cooperate. And even if it does cooperate, right, you still have to make the plays. I think Prism is the control deck. We have Matt Rogers coming in on stream, and there's a box of Unlimited Arcane Rising. It looks like we're signing it. Hold on, Dennis. Will you sign something? I use this sword for box openings. Do you want to sign my blade?
Yeah, let's do it.
It's not my sword. It's my friend Chris's. He left it at my house, so fair use policy.
I'm definitely signing it then. Permanent mark.
Fair use policy. And if you see here, it's a reverse blade sword. Now we're just talking about ridiculous things in between gameplay, which is something we're going to have to do today. I think there's going to be some downtime in between games. I want to take a second to shout all of you guys out. Thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you for choosing to follow the coverage along with us. We appreciate you more than you can possibly imagine. Thank you so much. Consider like, comment, share, subscribe, everything on the channel. And if you want to support further, you can visit me at patreon.com/HometowntCG. I'm not signing any boxes right now, even though I feel like I should be. Hopefully, I did reach out to MinMax yesterday and see if they can get Rudy to sign a Hometown TCG playmat. So if anyone is at the Pro Tour right now and they can go over to MinMax and be like, hey, did we get it to happen? I think they're looking to get Rudy to sign a Hometown TCG playmat for me out there, which would be nutty. Thanks for hanging out, guys. We will be getting into the next game, I'm sure, eventually today. I don't know how long this stream is supposed to take. DM Armada is just out. He's like, yeah, I'm out. See ya. I'm out of here.
I got shit to do.
I have stuff to do. There's no more Kano. There's no more DM Armada.
I hope that doesn't mean that we lost Sasha, too.
Oh, and Matt Rogers stepping in. See, look, even Matt Rogers wearing the caster blazer today. Welcome to the stream, Matt Rogers. Wearing the caster blazer, much like we are today. Dennis, where's your caster blazer?
I don't have one.
Chester
I wasn't
Cheetah.
planning for this.
Chester Cheetah, can I send you a card to tie? Yes, you can reach out to me at hometowntcg@gmail.com. If you have any inquiries or anything like that, you can reach out to me at hometowntcg@gmail.com. We can talk about stuff like that. I'm not going to give an address or anything away on stream. Like, that's not the case. That's not happening. Not a chance.
You need to get a P.O. box.
You need to get me a P.O. box.
That's true.
Chester Cheetah is waiting outside my door for me to sign a card. I doubt that. My wife would have.
My box of Monarch.
I would love to sign your box of Monarch. For those that don't know, Dennis, Hometown TCG Dennis had a birthday recently, and he had recently said to me, I really want to expand my position in Monarch first. So I gave him a box of Monarch first and told him, don't open that box. It's probably not good. In Monarch, I just kept a bunch of boxes for filming on the shelf after I opened the Legendary out of a case. So don't open that box. And he wants to roll the dice. Good Lord. Please don't open that box. Chester Cheetah brought a coffee. Oh, in that case, well, then come on in. You brought a coffee. You can come on in.
That's like Josh's white van lore. Like, you go on the street, you just start shaking a coffee around, like Josh will follow you anywhere.
100%.
We found that out in Vegas.
Well, in Vegas, I went to Vegas, guys. Flesh and blood honesty moment. Time to chat with our TCG friends. My TCG friends don't drink coffee in the morning. It's the weirdest thing. We were in Vegas, they're like, oh, what do you mean we have to get coffee in the morning? How do you not get coffee in the morning and coffee in the afternoon and sometimes coffee in the evening? What are you people doing? It is time for coffee. So, Dennis, I lost the little bit of respect I had for some of you that weekend. I'm not going to name names. But if I were to name names, it would be you and Mark Johnson. Jim Williams drinks coffee like a normal adult. That's what I'm talking about. What is life without coffee? See, this is what I'm talking about. This is normal humanity, Dennis. Welcome to normal humanity. We drink coffee.
I didn't sign up for that.
I didn't sign up for no. Jim Williams is having an Americano right now. Shout out Jim Williams. And then yesterday, for those who missed the stream yesterday, I found in the pocket of my caster blazer a Starbucks gift card for $25. What a day. What a great day. Are you kidding me?
See, Channel Firewall was sending your payment.
All right, looking at the list here, it looks like this is Florin's. Okay, this is Florin's match history. I thought this was the breakdown of the first round of the top 8. I thought this was it. I was like, there's a lot of Starvo wins there. But no, It is Florin's breakdown of their matches so far. Jester cheated, didn't drink coffee until they started working 60 plus hours a week. You need to come to Vegas again and get some coffee. I saw you getting coffee in Cincinnati. I got a lot of coffee in Cincinnati. So thank you.
Yeah, you did.
Yes, I did. Well, you should. You should get coffee. Coffee is a thing. Flesh and Blood Brothers. I went to Starbucks twice yesterday. The bill starts to get crazy. I made the mistake. I turned Wifetown TCG onto Starbucks. She was not into Starbucks, and I started going to get coffee, and now she goes to get coffee, and ooh, that was...
See, Michael, I knew there was a reason I liked you.
That was a mistake. Michael Karahar says, I've never had an ounce of coffee in years. The smell grosses me out. Mods, go ahead and take care of that for me. Chester Cheetah said I was in Cincinnati. I was at the Calling Cincy with the homies. That was fun. The Calling Cincy was a blast. That was a really good time. Thomas Barkowski, I don't drink coffee. I take scoops of pre-workout. I too, when I go to the gym, have started getting into using a little pre-workout, and I don't like the feeling, man. I get tingly. Coffee just it wakes me up. Pre-workout makes me tingly. It's scary. I know Steve Stroud, who was in the chat earlier, has had the pre-workout tinglies before, but whew, that's saying your insane coffee smell is the best. Dude, a pot of coffee in the morning, why are we talking about coffee for like 10 minutes on this stream? Can we get some more gameplay, please? Please, Flesh and Blood Top 8, hit us with the gameplay.
This is what we've devolved into. We're nothing without gameplay.
What we can do on this stream is I can pull a case of Monarch out of the back and just start opening packs. I can do that. I have a case of, or not Monarch. Sorry, I will not open a case of Monarch. I said I was opening my last case of Monarch. That was a misspeak. I will not be opening a case of Monarch. There's not a chat. There's no one in chat that can make me open a case of Monarch. That's not happening. However, I could open a case of Everfest in the chat. If we need some entertainment. Dennis hooked me up. I'd never opened a box of Pokemon before. Dennis hooked me up. I had the most fun I've ever had in my life opening a box of Pokemon, and then I looked at the values, and I had the biggest depression crash I've ever had in my entire life as well. The cards looked so pretty, and none of them were worth anything. It was horrible. Absolute horrible. What do I got back here? That's already open. That's just a Rudy card. What?
Yeah, Josh, can you reach out to Alexander Four and get an interview?
I doubt it. I don't even know. I don't even know how I'd reach out to him. I would love to. I wish. Maybe look for that in the coming weeks. Maybe I'll reach out to him, see if I can have him on the channel, and we'll take a chat. But let's listen to this interview about the next match.
Yeah, I'm fine.
She's saying, I just asked him how he's doing. From Poland, he is the 5th seed on Starvo. And one of the most fascinating elements here is that Maciej is 7-0 in the mirror for Starvo. And I want to ask you a little bit about what has led to that success in the mirror match.
I think that good players know that life in this game is a resource. And I'm the full aggressive version of the Starvo. I'm probably the most casino guy that played this deck like from the ProQuest season. I love Runeblade, and I really hate the Guardian as the class. So I like that Starvo is more on Runeblade than Guardian. So I just try to bullet my version as proactive as I can. So my opponent needs to react to my cards. And I have like some spicy text that you saw on the stream.
A little bit of those pummels.
Yeah, I love Red Pummel is the best card in the game. I love it. I also have with my friends we have like the channel like a podcast only from Poland, the Polish people community. It's the Pumelowanko from the Pummel because we both love the Red Pummel.
And it has served you so well. We've seen you drop in a pummel on top of an Okanold as well, and a lot of the success here has to be because of your testing partners and all of the practice you've done back home and with your testing buddies as well. But now you're on more or less on your own.
Other
yesterday
Starvos.
You make the top 8. What was your routine the night before the big day?
To be honest, I want to just chill because I'm so nervous. I just forgot some English words, so this interview is hard for me. And I just want to chill because my stomach is not working really. So I just after the tournament I go to eat something and I go to chill with my friends. Only because like I know that I play the mirror And to be honest, I play like 70% of the match that I play with the Starvo was the mirror. Of course, something changed after the awakening, but as you mentioned before, I'm 7-0 in mirror, so I think I know what I plan to do.
Oh, I think you know, and I'm like, I want to wish you luck, but I don't even think you need it, buddy. So, Jink.
Oh, just cut him off. First of all right.
So some time, for us, there's pressure for us, not so much as
All right, I'm Team Masai.
All right, I have a second favorite player. These interviews, guys, these interviews are so spicy. You've got some secret tech. Yep, I have Red Pummel. Red Pummel's the best card in the game. I love Red Pummel. This just throws me back, Dennis, to you playing any kind of brute and throwing any attack while just keeping 2 resources up and looking at me and flipping me a double bird and saying, this is what I'm going to do. Deal with it. I can't believe, Dennis, how excited were you when you heard him mention Red Pummel?
I'm all in on Team Masai now. It's my favorite card in Fab. I don't build decks with Pummel tech. I just put Pummel in everything and build around it.
He played a Katsu deck with Pummel the other day. It was crazy. He played Kano, Pummel. The blues, they're blues. They pitch. They trigger Kano. I love Pummel. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we are shooting for 200 live viewers today as we run up this stream. The skull cap pull out of that box, DM Armada coming through with the hammer and just saying, boom, skull cap pull. This freaks me out. I keep looking behind me. Is anyone walking up behind me? What is this? I don't have friends. I just have you? Ugh.
Basically, yeah.
Ugh, get me out. Guys, that's
what happens when we decide not to go to Jersey.
Break my heart more, man. I couldn't. We are shooting for 200 live viewers. Guys, share this anywhere you think people would love to come and watch. Let's blow this video up. I want 200 of us watching this gameplay. I want to hang out. We have the Starvo mirror here, and interestingly enough, let's look on both sides of the field. We see stalagmite on both sides of the field here. This is crazy. Starvo activation turn 1 on the side of Florin. Dennis is definitely Team Masai. I'll be Team Florin, even though pumping up Pummel does make me want Masai to win. Here comes the turn 1 Evergreen dominated Starvo go again. 2 cards left in hand. I'm sure we'll see an Icy Winter's Wail here. We see Stalagmite on the side of both players here. Here comes the Icy Winter Wail. I can't imagine this will push through any damage, but a lot of red block there. We see a break ground. We get a turn Timber, turn 1. A lot of value going over the side of Florin, but we have a chance. We talked in the pregame. Masai is at the casino. He's pulling the roulette wheel. He wants to get these Starvo activations chained back and forth. Let's see if he can start out hot.
Well, we just saw Florin drop in Art of War. I have not seen too many Starvo lists that are running Art of War.
I have not seen too many Starvo lists dropping Art of War, but we see in the pregame, we saw a lot of these Art of Wars, and this is the thing Starvo gets to do. Interesting, Florin does not prioritize an Arsenal card here. Florin just says, you know what? You don't get to have tempo. Crippling Crush, down on the table, 11 damage, coming at you, buddy. 11 damage, turn 1, even when Starvo doesn't Starvo. Still gets to play awesome Guardian cards and Crippling Crush your face. It's kind of demoralizing. Interesting point here. I didn't catch it. Adam Chaplin in the chat pointing it out. Tectonic plating on the side of Florin. No tunic. Tectonic plating on the side of Florin is some tech. Oh my goodness. Tectonic plating, tunic trigger, or Crown of Siege trigger does find staunch response. Art of War here. Banish 1, draw 2. Draws second copy of staunch response. None floating. Crippling Crush. Flying at the face. This is a wild sequence. Turn 1. 39 to 40. The game just started. We've seen a Crippling Crush, an Art of War. We see 2 staunch responses in hand, no pitch floating. What's going on right now, Dennis?
Yeah, I'm not sure if Florin is just kind of in a stuck spot right now or what, but I'm kind of surprised that he art award after he already drew into the staunch.
Yes, when he drew into the staunch, I thought for sure we would just see a block and go next, throw a Winter's Wail arsenal. But man, oh man, he is saying, nope, I'm staunch responsing, taking 3, going to 37, crippling crush effect, not turned on. No red pummel threat, which is something we have to check and track on the side of Masai. No threat of red pummel as the pitch is there. Goes to bottom. He pitches to the bottom. He draws up. It will not be a perfect Starvo activation there, but we are moving on.
Yeah, but it looks like Florin is built to be straight defense, and that's probably why he ended up going with the tectonic plating over the tunic, and I'm guessing that's why he sideboarded in the Art of War, because it seems like he's using the Art of War defensively. Now, if you're going to be using those defensively, I'm not sure again why you're doubling them up with the staunch responses, but that's why these guys are at the top 8 of the Pro Tour. So
100%, and there's so much value that you get from Tunic off triggering Crown of Seeds, but if you're playing cards like Turn Timber and Staunch Response, often you don't want to use that Tunic counter to Crown of Seeds, because instead of building up that 5-card hand, you often just want to leave those 2 resources floating so you have the freedom to de-react with one of those cards. Both of those cards playing extremely well off 2 floating resources and adding 1, or with the Crown of Seeds adding 1 to their block value. They can be extremely clutch. They can turn off these crush effects like we saw. They can full block your red earth attacks. These cards are integral in the matchup. We see Winter's Wail coming by, Masai living that casino life, saying, you think I'm blocking that? Got another thing coming. Showing Starvo activation. All right, takes his first spin at the wheel and wins right off the bat. Here comes a Evergreen for 9 dominate, go again, double pitch to make it happen. So that is a blue Winter's Bite, so the double pitch satisfies the Frostbite requirement. Tunic goes to 2, and I'm pretty sure we'll see Masai prioritize the Arsenal target, but he's undefeated in the Starvo mirror. So if he doesn't, maybe I just have something to learn about Starvo.
It really just kind of comes down to whether or not he feels it's more important to keep pushing the damage and keep his opponent off of his Starvo turns. So I think you're going to see, depending on whether or not Florin blocks, is going to determine whether or not he tries to push the damage.
I completely agree here. We see that we know that there is a staunch response in Arsenal on the side of Florin. The question is, both of these players at this point know the deck list. The deck lists are public. If we can start getting resources like those red staunch responses, like those red turn timbers, if we can get Florin to start using those resources against cards like Evergreen, against cards like Burgeoning, then Masai is going to be in a good spot. On the flip side, for Florin, if we can sit there and hold these staunch responses and hold our turn timbers for the big attacks, for the Oak and Olds, for the Crippling Crest, if we can stifle those attacks while still getting damage through with our Evergreens, with our Burgeonings, then we can be in a winning position to close this bad boy out. And knowing that we have the additional 2 block on Tectonic Plating is definitely a weird spot. But I think why we're seeing Florin think so long here is because Crown of Seeds kind of off the menu when you arsenal a defense reaction, right?
Right. Yeah, especially again, he also has an Eye of Ophidia in his hand, so he's already got 1 no block card in his hand. So he's definitely not looking to crown here, but he could be looking to use the staunch and then set up for a potential Starvo, which
he could, and the Eye of Ophidia feels great when pitched to Crown of Seeds. But the little bit of a nombo here is if you pitch Eye of Ophidia to Crown of Seeds to look, you throw away that staunch response, and you're vulnerable to taking a bunch of damage off this Evergreen, especially if you have a low block hand. It is dominated. You can only use 1 card, so it puts you in a really vulnerable spot. So kind of a nombo here, having Eye while a defense reaction's in Arsenal and none is in hand, but it looks like Florin's going to make the best of it. He will use the staunch. Icy Winter's Wail coming. And again, here we go. If I say something, you know gosh darn well it's not going to be true. Masai saying, I don't care about this Arsenal card. 4 damage early, undefeated against Starvo. Watch me go.
I again think that that's an important thing because he knows he's keeping 3 cards. So basically, he's trying to pull him off Starvo or make it so that if he is going to get Starvoed, at least Florin's not going to have an arsenal.
100%. It does pull him. It does put him on that 3-card hand. He can still Starvo. He can throw attack and get an arsenal, but he cannot Winter's Wail. And you're right. No, he cannot have an arsenal. He must pitch 2 to satisfy the trigger. Here comes Winter's Wail for 4. Masai going to take a look at the hand. Crown of Seeds not doing much work on either side of the board right now. Crown of Seeds is something that, as a Starvo player, I often probably fatefully activate incorrectly every turn. It's something you should definitely think about more than I do. But in this matchup so far, we're not seeing Crown of Seeds get all the value that we're used to. Here we go. Winter's Wail. Thrown at Masai. We're saying take damage, Masai, or have Starvo. And say, if you have it, you have it. If you don't, you don't. We're throwing our Winter's Wail. We're trying to pull you off your turn. We will get 2 cards, 2 lightning cards, it looks like. A double lightning card block. Now, when you see 2 blocks of the same element, it could pull Masai off a late game Starvo activation. But it looks like we will possibly get our first Arsenal card for Masai. We're in turn 3, first Arsenal card of the game. Psych! Just kidding. Dennis is killing me. We still see no Arsenal card. Tunic goes to 3, throwing 7 damage, and just keeping the foot on the gas. Face is the place where we're going during this game right now. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and honestly, like I kind of like Masai being a lot more aggressive here because it is basically forcing Florin to either block and preserve his life total and keep the game closer, or it's letting Masai get a little bit more of a buffer. And the life buffers is where Flesh and Blood is won and lost. So I mean, even those 1 or 2 points that leak through make a huge difference in the late game.
That absolutely could make a difference, but we did see in the hand of Florin, we have an Oaken Old, and we might have a Dominate trigger. So we're showing Starvo, and we have Oaken Old. The light card is a blue. Here comes the first Oakeny Oldest Oaken Old of Oaken Olds of the day. The double Oaken Old, the double fuse, double Dominate, double Oaken Old with cheese flying at the face of Masai. This is why we took that damage, because we're saying, you know what? Boom. Dropping the bomb. Deal with it. Dennis, it feels just horrible to look at this card on the table for 11.
Yeah, and honestly, this is a big point of where, again, Masai is undefeated against Starvo going into this, so there's still a lot of game left, but this is a huge point to where not prioritizing that arsenal, not running a whole lot of defense packages and stuff like that are going to hurt him a little bit and have him lose some tempo, because I think I saw an Oaken Old in his hand and another Starvo activation, so one way or the other, he's not fulfilling his, I don't think he blocks this. Yeah, so see, he's only blocking 1 card, and he's taking 8 and losing 2 cards. So hopefully, we're going to see an Arsenal card and him start to recover.
So, and then it's important too. The text on Oaken Old says those 2 cards are not discarded. They're going to the bottom of the deck, and we've seen these Guardian matchups. These Guardian matchups have 2 phases. We're in phase 1. We're watching phase 1 right now, where these decks are going to throw hammers back and forth. They're going to drop bombs on each other, chipping away at that life total with these giant dominated attacks. But in phase 2, things will start to tighten up. These Guardians will become Guardians. They will look to constantly cycle their deck. They're going to play for second cycle. They're going to mitigate damage, get rid of those defense reactions, and then try to draw into some dominate effect to win the game. We've seen this happen over and over in this matchup. So it's interesting to see, while those cards are not discarded, they go to the bottom of the deck, they will come back later, slightly better for you than something like a Crippling Crush.
Right.
So here we go, back to Florin, no Tunic to tick up, and I wonder if Florin didn't run Tunic for the same reason sometimes I don't run Tunic, just so I don't forget to tick it up.
Especially when you get these late into the games. This is now, round 15? So...
I think this is round 15, sorry. I was responding to a message from family. I believe this is round 15. And again, these guys have been going back and forth. And ladies and gentlemen out there, imagine playing Starvo in these grindy matchups that are going 45, 50 minutes every time, all day long for 15 games in a row. The fatigue starts to set in. It's a real concern, right? So to be able to do this at such a high level for this long, these players deserve to be respected. They deserve some praise. It's insane. It looks like Florin Crown of Seedsing aggressively here, digging for some kind of activation, digging for something, says no. You see him wave it off, no Starvo.
Well, it was important there that he crowned on his turn, so he wasn't looking for the activation, but he does have a staunch response in hand, so he was trying to clear out his arsenal spot so he can lay down that staunch response this time.
He definitely was looking to clear out that arsenal slot, but here comes a breakdown, and we're seeing the first activation of tectonic plating. The first time tectonic plating is dropping down onto the field and doing some work. We're going to see that seismic surge sit out there, and this to me indicates that he wants to throw something next turn. He wants that option. He wants the ability to really get a cheap effect to smack his opponent in the face and keep an arsenal card. So I love to see, I'm interested to see how this is going to go with tectonic plating. It's the first activation we've seen. It's not going to help this turn, but if Masai can pull him off and then pull him off that seismic surge, we'll be in a great spot. 2 floating, break ground, and I'm not sure. Ladies and gentlemen, check those deck lists for me if Florin is running red pummels. Is Florin running a red pummel package? I got to know. Dennis, do you know? Do you know if he's running a red pummel package? Did Dennis freeze?
Yeah, I think I froze. Sorry. I'm back.
Dennis, do you know if he's running a red pummel package?
I don't know for sure. Sorry, I missed the last little bit of the conversation. My computer had a little bit of hiccup.
So you missed the conversation. I was saying he's got 2 floating. Red pummel is a thing. Do we know if Florin is running the red pummel package to make best use of this 2 floating pitch? It doesn't look like there will be a pummel. He will push through damage, but no pummel.
Yeah, no, and I don't know if Florin's running the pummels or not. Like I said, it seems like Florin is on a very defensive package. He may have 1 or 2 pummels in there just to push damage at the late game or kind of get an unexpected Starvo out of there, but I think he's pretty committed to defending.
So we're playing defense. We're playing back. We do get an arsenal card on the side of Florin. Bravo, star of the show, Starvo activation, and an Oaken Old thrown back. Oaken Old says, you know what? If you can Oaken Old, the Oakeniest Old of the Oaken Olds, I can do it too. Here comes
the unfortunate thing is that Florin was just able to get a staunch response into Arsenal, so I have a feeling we're going to be seeing a full block here, and it's not going to be quite as detrimental to Florin as it was to Masai.
Yes, we will probably see a full block here. We have a staunch response in Arsenal, but remember, the staunch response in Arsenal still not comboing with Crown of Seeds well, so we won't get an additional look at a Starvo trigger and then some kind of free block, but it is coming in for 11. 11 is nothing to scoff at. It's coming down. Jim Williams, shout out to the mod, Jim Williams, throwing out the fact that we do not run pummels on the side of Florin, and with these deck lists being public, we know that Masai knows, that we know, that Florin knows, that he knows, that you know, that there is no pummel in that deck. Diago saying, we sure do hope all the Starvos hate mirrors. And here comes the first stalagmite drop, and this is what we talked about. Holding your opponent accountable. Saying that I'm not going to let you come at me with a dominated Oaken Old and a Winter's Wail. We're holding our opponent's pitch hostage with something like this. Here comes the double pitch staunch response, and this is a fantastic block that will turn off Oaken Old, and we will get to throw a Winter's Wail back on the side of Florin. This block generates way too much value. So we see a full block here. I would be surprised. We're definitely seeing a Winter's Wail thrown back and an Arsenal target. Dennis, you talked about this yesterday. This is the value of something like Stalagmite. It pulls your opponent off that second attack unless your opponent's Masai and just says, nope, screw it. Boom. Hammer to the dome.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Masai very clearly does not prioritize those arsenal targets as much as most Starvos that we see, and he's looking to even up the life total. He knows that Florin wants to be able to throw back a Winter's Whale and arsenal a card, and he's basically going to say you're going to pay 4 life if you want to do that.
Well, we're often trading arsenals here as well, right? So by Masai saying, I won't have an arsenal, Winter's Whale, if you want to Winter's Whale me back, you also will not have an arsenal. Now, there's a little more value that Florin can generate by using both those cards to trigger Tectonic Plating and swinging Winter's Whale, but he's trading arsenal for arsenal. He's saying, I'm not going to get an arsenal, but I have tempo right now, and neither will you. Oh my gosh, we're seeing 25 life equipment block on the Winter's Whale. These players jockeying for tempo right now, not wanting to let the other player get on the front foot. And that is some of the Tectonic Plating value coming down. We're seeing that right here. The Tectonic Plating saying, no, 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 I can counter your ability to take tempo with 2 block here, and we can turn this into a grind fest. We'll see a Winter's Whale with no arsenal on the side of Masai, being patient with his equipment, being patient with some of his attacks. We're going to have to block this Winter's Whale if we want to do anything of merit. Dennis, could you believe that was the play?
What, with the double block there? The
No,
double equipment block?
I did not see that coming. I know you didn't see that coming. I think this play was absolutely wild, and this game is proving to be one of the more exciting Starvo mirrors that we've seen. Masai saying, what's 4 damage? What's 4
damage when I'm about to Starvo you?
What's 4 damage? Yeah, when I'm going to crack you in the face with something big.
You can't keep having those defense reactions.
And this is not a Starvo activation. This is just break ground for 5. Blue break ground being thrown. It is a higher value. It is going to leak, or it's going to throw 5 damage. We see on the side of Florin, Oaken Old in hand. 1 card in arsenal. A naked break 5 or a naked break ground 4/5 is one of those moments where you can just choose. I just take this damage. I don't have to stop this. I can just take damage and move on and throw this Oaken Old back at my opponent. And if you look, that's exactly what Florin's doing. Florin's saying, you know what? 5. You even see him shrug his shoulders. I don't care. It's 5 damage. Watch this. The Oakeny Oldest of Oaken Olds dropping on the table.
I will say that for how much of a defensive package Florin is running, he is getting a lot of value out of his Starvo activations. He's holding the cards at the right time. The defense reactions seem to be lining up the way he needs them to, and even though he's kind of hurting himself with the staunch response and the Crown of Seeds package, he's setting himself up really well. I don't know if he's got a Starvoed Oaken Old or if it's just going to be a fused Oaken Old, but either way, it's going to be pretty detrimental to somebody who's not running a whole lot of defense.
Right, and we heard Masai in the pregame interview mention that he is definitely one of the higher casino players, and boom! From the top rope, Masai, while you and I are chatting, turns his back, climbs up the turnbuckle, and jumps off with a flying pummel elbow, dropping it on the head of Florin, saying, I see you're trying to keep a full hand. Watch this! Pummel tech, 2 floating, still no arsenal card on the side of Masai. This is starting to get wild.
Yeah, this can definitely he may just be taken off his Starvo activation, but even a non-Starvo but fused Oaken Old can still be hurt. But at least he's saving himself 2 life with this pummel, keeping the life totals even.
Yes, keeping the life totals to even, possibly saving himself 2 life. And Dennis, as what we will refer to as a pummel enthusiast, are you just getting the fab tinglies, seeing top tier content, high level gameplay, players of this caliber pummeling each other in the face?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one of those things that you don't see very often at the high end tables, and I feel it's something that you should be seeing more of. I think that the only deck for a while that was running pummels really religiously was Prism, and I think that ever since the new Worm build, even she's been taken off of that. So it's really exciting to see some Guardians just coming through with pummel action.
It is so exciting, and look at the graveyard. What was discarded to pummel was the Oaken Old. So Florin out here, not only making me look like a fool, making you look like a fool. Saying, oh, we'll just throw a normal Oakenold. Nope, still gonna throw big attack. Evergreen Blue from the Arsenal, Starvo activation, 4/7, go again with a pulse in hand. Making us look like fools out here with this high-level gameplay. No problem on this side of the field, but a blue for 7 with go again. That's decent.
It does work.
It does work.
I would not be surprised to see a Stalagmite block here from Masai and basically making Florin have to really push to get that second Winter Whales in. I feel that this is a big, right there.
Ladies and gentlemen,
this is a big turning point.
The prophet Dennis Kuhn dropping by to hit us with the knowledge of the Stalagmite tech, throwing the Frostbite, and he knows the other 2 cards in hand because it was a Starvo activation, so he's aware of the cards in hand, and maybe there is no blue ice card. There is a blue ice card, but he's saying, I don't want you to keep the pulse. I don't want to let you keep this pulse. I want to say, nope, if you want to Winter's Whales me, you've got to lose the pulse. The life totals are low enough. Trigger to break Frostbite. We're going to trigger Tectonic Plating, create a Seismic Surge token, no Frostbite, and then, is it pass or is it Winter's Whale? We said ship it. We took the James White route. Ship it, baby. Winter's Whale on the combat chain. 4 more damage over to the side of Masai. Florin, much like James White, is like, this looks great. Boom. Ship it. Here comes the Winter's Whale. Masai not blocking that first attack there. Only 4 cards in hand. If we block this pummel, likely it will be a pummel block turned into Winter's Whale right back. However, no Arsenal's card on the side of Florin. We can build Arsenal supremacy here, but just like always, Florin.
I'm not 100% sure Masai's put a card in Arsenal this whole game.
I'm not either, and Masai constantly making me look like a fool, saying, oh, you want me to Arsenal something? Nope, Starvo. Constantly making me look silly, chat. Masai showing why he plays this game at a different level than I do. Break ground. Starvo to break ground for a freaking trillion. 8 damage Starvo to break ground. Guys, when the dice are like 6 one way and 2 the other way, it's hard to tell which one is upside down and which one is right side up. So often I'm like, break ground for 11. That's not possible. What is going on here? Break ground for 8, drop down on the table, a yellow break ground. It will be 8, go again, 2 cards left in hand. We know one of them is an ice card. We're trying to take tempo here.
Yeah, and it is important to note that he used his Tunic Trigger to pay for the Frostbite rather than the extra card, so it looks like he's finally going to start prioritizing some Arsenal.
You really want to say that out loud? Because every time we do, you know what happens.
I'm committed.
He's committed to keeping an Arsenal, much like Messiah is committed to making me look like an absolute fool on this stream. Break ground for 8, sent over to the side of Florin. Florin, we know, is running defense reactions, but we have seen 2 staunch responses early already, and we haven't seen a single turn timber. Ironhide legs available, 1 block used on both Tectonic Plating, the Starvo Tech, and Crater Fist. No card for Crown of Seeds, but this is just naked damage. But we're at 16. Life total's starting to get thin. The game's starting to get tight. We're entering that phase of the game, Dennis, that you and I talked about, where this becomes a Guardian mirror, where there's a lot of bonking and blocking with hammers, back and forth, back and forth.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, we're definitely going to see them start to kind of tighten it up. And right now, Florin has an 8-point lead, so I think his goal right now is to try to keep that life total as spread apart as possible. So, but in order to do that, he's got to start blocking, which is going to make his crackback turns harder. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see what they end up doing.
You're completely correct, and this is the time, if you have the life lead on the Guardian Mirror, maybe you make the call, and you say, I'm going to turn this into a grind fest right now because I'm so far ahead. Because I have such a big advantage, I'm turning this into a grind fest, at this moment. I'm not going to let it get any closer before we get into the grind. This is my moment, and I'll hit the casino wheel before you do. So this is definitely an interesting, concept here. If we're thinking about it this long, I think it's safe to say there is a Starvo activation sitting in hand, and we're wondering how we want to handle this. If I'm not mistaken, Stalagmite's got a second block available on it. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
He could choose to use it here so Winter's Wail doesn't come down, and I wear my Dennis cap for the afternoon, and I make the prediction. Second Stalagmite block saying, Dennis, we're going to see Messiah start to prioritize an arsenal. Well, prove it.
Yeah.
Prove it, ladies and gentlemen.
No, I think that's the thing is I think Florin sees that Messiah has not really cared about his arsenal this whole time, and no, there we go. He actually decides to keep the arsenal this time. So
he prioritizes the arsenal. You are correct. What a guess, Dennis. Way to make me look like an idiot on repeat. Thanks for joining the stream, jerk. And I
think it just kind of comes down to the fact that Messiah knows his life total is getting low, and that Crown of Seas is going to be what ends up helping him close this out.
And this could be the perfect time for a pulse. We found a pulse. We have a Starvo activation. We have an evergreen. The option to throw the evergreen, arsenal a card, and keep the pulse in hand is live. Here comes the evergreen. Evergreen coming down for big damage. 8 damage, go again, pulse in hand. The question is, we have been off on the arsenal predictions all day long. Is this a prioritized arsenal, or is this ship it? Ship it or test it? Chat, I want to hear your thoughts in chat. Winter's Wail, ship it or test it? What are we doing? I want to see ship it. I want to see test it. What are we going to do? Dennis, your prediction, ship it or test it?
I think it's going to depend on how he blocks the evergreen. If he doesn't commit a whole lot to the evergreen, I think we're shipping the Winter's Wail and trying to get some of those armor pieces. But I would be surprised if Messiah doesn't block with the second Stalagmite here.
Can you guys hear that? Dennis, can you hear something upstairs?
No.
Did I drop the stream or did everyone drop the stream?
I think you dropped the stream.
Just me.
Wait, no, sorry. Your stream's gone.
Can you hear me? My stream is gone?
I can hear you, but yeah, your stream is just cycling.
What's the live stream look like on YouTube? Did it drop? No.
I don't know.
Did Channel Fireball go down? Okay, is Channel Fireball still running?
Oh, all right, here we go. We're back.
Oh!
No, never playing.
Oh, what is happening? No, we don't know if he shipped it. We don't know if he shipped it. Guys, ship it or rip it. What's going on?
Is that Channel Fireball that went down?
No! What is happening?
I don't know.
What does this mean?
Stop yelling at me. All right, Channel Fireball's still up, so it's you.
Did it die? No! I have to know.
This is pro content.
Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like the stream has gone down. Fix it. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for hanging out with us. If you are in chat right now, consider liking, comment, share, subscribing. Oh my goodness. This is insane. What is going on? I cannot believe we have dropped stream right now. Camera battery. Did the camera battery die? Because I can relate. I get that one. The camera overheated.
Sorry. I just pulled up Twitch, and yeah, apparently Channel Fireball did go down. All right, it's not you.
It's not me. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is not Hometown TCG. We are live. You're okay. I'm checking in. I thought I got a text about it. I actually got a text. I got a text from the homie Louie. Ship it or test it. I gotta know. Chat. Oh.
No, they're gone.
Azalea shot an arrow from downtown. Azalea pissed. She's not part of the Pro Tour. She wants to be center stage. She's seen Lexi. She's seen Kano. Everybody is getting run right now. Azalea from downtown just saying, I'm going to hit that arrow. I'm going to hit that camera with a dominated arrow that you cannot block. And if this arrow hits, no more stream.
The dominated arrow.
If this dominated arrow hits, no more stream. Someone in Channel Fireball's YouTube chat was saying that. Let's see. I got
we got somebody in the Channel Fireball chat. It's going, quick, turn it off and on again.
Guys, I am a technology professional. I will be honest with you. I will be right back. I will go fix this. I will power cycle and turn this thing off and on again. I've got the homie Louie texting me. I wonder if Louie wants to get in Discord with us and join us on the call. Louie, if you're here, if you can hear me, let me know if you're with family. Let me know if you want to jump in on the call and chat with us. We would love to have you to help fill this downtime that we suddenly came upon. Oh, you gotta wear a caster blazer. Though you gotta wear a caster's blazer. That's the rule.
I do, or Louis does.
Yes. Yeah, you guys are letting me down.
Or
all right,
letting us up.
Let's go. Let's react to the chat. Let's see how you guys are doing. Savaria says no. He activated Crowd of Seeds. Camera battery died. Savaria says I think Starvo won. That's a prediction of the year right there. You rock. Oh snap! I think the homie is here. It's showing Lou number 4. No, Louis in.
I think he's calling you.
Yeah. No, in table 1.
Now we can see your chat.
I know. I'm leaking DMs. I'm leaking DMs. What does he
now
say?
Now we can see all the things that you've been saying about us.
Just about you. Where is my Discord? I gotta get Discord on my phone so I don't lose your face. Louis! He left my server! I gotta invite him.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh, the disrespect that's happening right now on this stream, live disrespect in front of 114 awesome viewers. My heart, it aches. I can't. Awesome viewers, my heart. Oh, I can hear myself on your stream.
Just proof that Louis doesn't watch your content.
I can hear myself.
Let me mute.
Mute. Hold on, let me add you. I have to add a window. Hold on, I gotta add you. We're doing this on the fly. We're adding Louis to the call on the fly. Let's go.
Man, it looks like Louis has been taking care of kids all weekend.
Am I on yet?
No, not yet.
We're getting your camera set up right now. We're doing it. F it. We'll do it live, dude. Welcome to the stream.
You get a rare no hat version of Louis today.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream. The Fab Father himself, the GOAT, Louis DeGeorge, and a +1. Well, I didn't give you a +1 invite, dude. What is going on? What is this?
Oh man, beautiful. Your commentary is great. I love your blazer. You're really dressing for the job you want.
Dude, you got to dress for the job you want, not the job you had. If I dressed for the job I had, I'd be naked. So, you know.
Is that one Little Kingdoms or Little Monarch?
This is, I don't know. I think this is Little Kingdoms. I don't know what George named my kids. I can't keep up.
You don't just let George name your kids? I would let George name my kids.
Yeah.
I'm holding you to that, Josh.
This is great. This is top level Channel Fireball streams.
This is good vibes only. There's no bashing allowed. I'm wearing a blazer. It's nice times. There are babies present. We're being happy.
It's been really good all weekend, right? I've been in and out.
Dude, it's been insane. We've had some crazy games this weekend. It has been absolutely wild. We're shooting for 200 viewers today. We're sitting at about 120, and I'm hoping you without a hat looking this good is just going to buff our viewership. This is what the people want.
Well, I'm going to say, we started getting Louis on here, and it ended up pumping up like 20 views, so.
Let's go.
People just know where he's at.
Dude, we got a Papa John's commercial.
Hey,
pizza,
Papa John's.
pizza,
Make me
pizza.
All I want in this whole world is Kano versus Kano in the finals.
Kano
that's not
lost.
gonna happen.
Yeah, Kano lost to Briar round 1 in a barn burner.
No.
Yep, in a
Kano?
barn burner.
The top tier or the 8th tier?
The
top
first
tier.
seed, Alex, lost. But
No way.
But Jacob might be my new favorite player. His pregame interview was like, yeah, I've studied my matchups. I know what I'm doing. Except the Kano one, and I'm just going to bash his face in and hope I win. And it was great. I was like, this is it. And we are back to gameplay.
All right. Looks like the real people are back.
Welcome back,
Oh,
dude.
and the life totals have definitely taken a shift.
Oh,
All right. I've gotten us through this far. I'm gonna hang up now and get my kid to bed. It's been real.
if you want to pop in anytime, you're more than welcome. Thanks for stopping by, dude. I love the hair.
Bye.
Guys, that was awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Louie from Kitchen Table TCG. Go subscribe. If you haven't subscribed to Kitchen Table TCG at this point, head over to Kitchen Table TCG, youtube.com/Kitchen Table TCG. Make sure you subscribe. Amazing content creator, the Fab Father himself. They were still playing. Of course, they're not going to stop the live game. They're not going to put these players on ice. But we see a channel like Frigid down, and the life totals, as Dennis pointed out, have taken a drastic shift.
Yeah, like I really kind of wish I knew what happened where Masai got him from 18 down to 3.
Went from 18 all the way down to 3 life. I can't believe we see a channel like Frigid. I don't know if we see it blocked with or down. I think we see it blocked with. Blocked with channel like Frigid. Masai taking some damage, hopefully going to keep some kind of Starvo activation and go to work here. Keeping the Starvo back. Here comes the Icy Winter's Wail with the follow-up. Masai at 1 life. Still a lot of equipment over on the side of Florin. Masai in danger here.
Yeah.
Why did he...
Yeah, James Gaming calling it out. Apparently Masai is under some stress because the beanie's come off.
The beanie has come off. The hair has started to be pulled. Masai has removed the beanie. Winter's Wail for 4 coming through here. Looks like a 3-card hand holding it down. What are we going to see? I'm excited to know. Ladies and gentlemen, can we hear Dennis?
I'm here. I know. I just wasn't talking.
That's fine. I wanted to make sure we give you a hear. Say something again for me. Good.
Yeah, all right, good. Good enough.
I just wanted to make
Stop
sure.
putting me on the spot.
Dude, when they crash, I want to make sure we don't crash because nothing can stop this stream. I've been saying it all weekend. There's not a darn thing that can stop this stream.
Yeah, Nicole, you're absolutely right. I think that this is the true pressure coming in, and he's crossing his fingers there.
Masai reaching up to the heavens saying, please, I have to dodge it. Oh no. Tricker and Crown of Seeds gonna take a look. Masai, still, if you're a Masai fan in the chat, you see what to do. He's showing us the way. Come on. I gotta dodge it. Oh no.
No.
Oh no.
Oh no, and he's got an Oaken Hold in hand.
Alexa, play oh no. Alexa, play not like this.
And you see the shrug from Masai, like it's been a good run.
Alexa, play This Is the End. Is it a red staunch? It must be exactly red staunch response. No red staunch response. It looks like that's going to close out this game. What a barn burner. What a thriller. Masai takes his first Starvo Mirror loss of the tournament. Florin getting there, getting over the top. What a wild finish. Can you believe it? Florin getting there. What a great game. Dennis, did you see this one coming? Your champion, your Masai goes down.
Yeah. Honestly, we should have realized that in the beginning when he was talking about how he was 7-0 going into Starvos in the interview. Like, I like how they always put those foreshadowing interviews up.
Yeah, you can't do that. You don't jinx a pitcher. When a pitcher is throwing a perfect game, ladies and gentlemen, you don't go up to the pitcher and say, hey, wow, you're throwing a perfect game. You say nothing. Sit away. Leave him alone. Oh, Masai taking the L there, but Florin getting over the top, showing that the staunch response to tectonic plating Starvo deck is viable. Tectonic plating definitely just there for a block. that we just showed right there. Yeah, math. Showing math, ladies and gentlemen. We got math, and I think that's actual math. So we have the word math and actual math. I'll take the word math all day long. So, Masai, his run ends now, but what a run it was. Went all the way, all these games, going deep, every single game, going long, and then getting to the finals at the feature match, coming up a little short. But if you're Masai, Dennis, you have to be proud of that run.
Absolutely. I mean, again, getting some people over here from Poland and stuff like that. I mean, what are you doing? Right? You just keep showing Discord.
I clicked on something that I wasn't trying to. I was trying to get a different window active so I could see your face.
Oh, well, we definitely don't want that.
I want to see your face.
But yeah, no, I mean, you got to feel good. I mean, this is the first time, again, where like we have such an international crowd type thing, and to come into the American field and playing against people from New Zealand and America and stuff like that, and being able to just like lay waste to people, it's got to be a great feeling. Like, this has got to be a huge thing for him.
I love how you're pumping him up. You've championed him so hard. You're like, he's here and he's laying waste to people. I love the commentary, dude. I'm all for it, and I'm all in. What a game. That was crazy.
Yeah, Devin Bogsley is our analytics team.
Does Team Ascent have an analytics team for maths? I don't think Mo Bogley is our analytics guy. I don't think we would have done as well as we did if he was. I'm just going to fire shots. Wow, what a game. Guys, in chat, let me know what you think of that game. Starvo prevails over Starvo. I'm interested to see how the other Starvo game went, right? There's another Starvo game going on, and if that Starvo lost, the chance of a Starvo mirror is out. It's out of the water, and I don't want to root for or against any players, but if there's no more Starvo mirrors, we could be in a very interesting point of the tournament in this top 8. So let's get some updates. If anyone in chat has updates on how the top 8 is going, Starvo mirrors, I can always check my phone to check Twitter. Fab Twitter is fantastic. Again, if you haven't followed Flesh and Blood, FabTCG on Twitter, at FabTCG, do it. I know they were racing to, I think it was 10,000 subscribers on Twitter or followers to try to get verified. So if you haven't done that, if you use Twitter, if you have the app, even if you haven't used the account in a long time, go ahead and follow at FabTCG. Let's grow this game. Let's grow our community.
Yeah, see if I can even remember how to still get into Twitter.
Dennis following instructions so well, trying to log on to Twitter right now. This is crazy. Let me know what you guys think of that last game. What match do you hope we see next? We have 4 minutes and 18 seconds to go. We have 100 viewers hanging out with us. We are trying for 200 live viewers today. Share this in your chat. Share this in fan page. Share this wherever you can. And let's race to 200 live viewers. All hang out together and really enjoy some awesome content as long as the stream lives.
Well, hopefully we're going to see a Prism matchup. Hopefully Prism made it through the first round.
Oh, so you want Prism to have beaten Chain. Dennis showing a little favoritism here. Not really being an unbiased commentator, unbiased content creator. Dennis flexing some favoritism here. I don't know how we feel about that on this channel. I don't think we should be able to flex any favoritism, even though I have a favorite player now because of that interview. But I don't think you should be able to do it. I just want to stifle your creativity and your ability to pick favorites.
Yeah, it's been so long since I logged into Twitter that they're making me reset my password.
Dennis having Channel Fireball-like technical issues, really embracing his side of going, I don't know how this thing works. I just won't do it.
Basically, yeah.
Which is fair, because I think if someone asked me to log into Twitter right now, I would experience the same thing. I made Twitter for Hometown TCG, and admittedly, I let my wife know I was horrible at social media, and I begged her. I was like, please, be my social media director, and just do it. And she was like, no.
I'm relatively sure that George and I are the same age, so it makes sense.
I think you and George look the same age. I think he's significantly older. Dennis, we're starting.
I don't think so. I think he's like late 30s.
Is he?
Yeah, like Louis gives him a lot of shit for being that much older, but I'm relatively sure George is like 37, 38.
Well, Louis is a child with a child. Like,
Right.
I think Louis is very young. Louis is like still young, got all of his life in front of him, not dead like the rest of us inside yet. Like, he's very positive and like a happy, upbeat, energetic guy. The rest of us are, we're on the back nine. We're getting down there. I don't have time for that young energy. The reaction phase tonight is just going to be difficult. He's going to bring so much energy, be like, "Oh, look, it's late at night, but I'm young. I don't have to sleep." I'm going to be like, "Oh, please."
Yeah, late at night after watching two kids all day long, and he's going to be like, "Oh, I have all the energy in the world. Just let me get my V8 energy drink."
Did you look at his kid is the cute, like,
Careful now. You saw my nephew last night.
Yeah, that's true. Your nephew is freaking adorable. God, you guys are great with kids. I envy both of you. You guys are awesome with kids. And Louis is like she's just a great dad. We have a personal chat on the side. He's always talking about like the things he's doing with his kids and his family. I'm like, oh my God, like super YouTuber, super dad, like make me feel worse. Easton! Team is at Hometown TCG. Easton, let's go. Every time Easton shows up in chat. We're down to a minute left before the next match starts. Again, welcome if you're dropping in here. Consider subscribing, consider liking and following and all that, and share this video. I want 200 viewers watching high-level flesh and blood content right here at Hometown TCG. Huge shout out to LSS for allowing us to do this. Thank you so much for letting us share the content and get this game out there. This has been awesome. Oh, there's Chris. Hometown TCG Ascent. Chris, let's go. Yes.
Ascent is making waves.
Ascent out here showing out in those beautiful purple jerseys. Designed by Hometown TCG Ascent, Bova himself. Those jerseys are insane. Let's get an update from the calling. That's a great question. Nicole in the chat, great point. Let's get an update from the calling. We want to know how things are going. I can reach out to some people that I know and see if we can tell how the calling is going. Let's see if we have the ability to check. Louis just joined the Discord. I'm reaching out to Rooks to see. He was 7-2 in the calling. All right, it looks like we're going to throw back to some gameplay. I'm reaching out to try to get some calling information live on stream right here with you guys. I'm not leaking any more of mine in Dennis chats because I don't want you guys to see what Dennis calls you behind your back. And we're about to get into more gameplay. 117 live concurrent viewers hanging out and watching Flesh and Blood. Let's go. What's the next matchup we're going to see? I wonder if they're going to show every game. If every game of the top 8 is at a recorded table, and they're going to show them all.
That would be really interesting.
That would be wild.
Although I can't imagine that they set up two extra tables last night. Normally the recorded table is only set to 2.
Maybe, but maybe not. You never know. We're seeing Williams. Is it William? William Kubik from Slovakia?
I don't know how to pronounce it.
Well, William Kubik, and I apologize if I'm butchering that name. I'm good with computers. I'm terrible with names. But showing out on Prism. He's a ProQuest winner, was the qualification path. He's currently 0-0, his competitive event record, I'm assuming, before this. His 90-day EXP is 170. Wow. William is crushing it right now. And this is our Prism player. And it does seem, Prism seems a little jumpy here, right? It's not the smooth flow right now. Is the stream going to go down again? Please don't go down again.
They're doing everything they can to keep on.
And this is William's path to victory so far.
He beat Easton. He beat Easton in round 10.
No! All right, William, listen up. Listen here. Listen here, William. I love that you're representing Slovakia right now in the Pro Tour. I love that you're throwing down. You're showing your best. You're getting it done. But I dislike you very, very much.
So you're not rooting for William?
Very much. You do not beat Easton Douglas of Hometown TCG Ascent in You don't do it. You don't do it. All right. I think I got it out of my system.
Although he also took down Tariq Patel in round 4 and Fino in round 8.
So we're getting in chat. We're saying villain. Like,
No, I think Jim is right. I think it's pronounced William.
It's pronounced like William. Not with a V, but with a W.
Yeah, I have seen that before, especially in some of those countries. Like we've got I know a guy named Sylvester, and he spells it with a V. So
hold on.
You're going to be playing against Chain this round. How are you feeling about your matchup coming into the top 8?
That's the worst matchup I could have gotten. But the other, the bracket's looking pretty good. I mean, if I win, I could go into Kano and then another Kano. That could be what happens, but we'll just see, I guess.
Yeah, the Starvo players probably aren't super happy about it either if you win as well, because you've got a pretty decent matchup against Starvo. How have you been doing against that in this tournament?
Those are my only 2 losses in Swiss. Into 2 Starvos, and I beat maybe 3 or 4.
Yeah. Now, you said you did a lot of testing back home with some of your local shop and stuff. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
I mean, funny thing is, the last games I actually played were at the ProQuest that I got my invite from. I haven't touched the deck for 2 months now. This is actually the first time for 2 months that I've actually picked up the deck.
So just coming in cold, showing up, top 8 in the first Pro Tour.
Well rested.
Really well rested. Well, best of luck in this top 8. Hopefully we'll talk again.
Yeah, thanks.
He says I'm well rested.
Thanks, man. Hey.
He goes, I'm well rested. Is it? Can everyone be my favorite player? Is that possible? Guess what? I'm well rested. What an absolute beast. You love to see that. I'm well rested. I played this deck. I haven't picked it up for this long, and I'm going to pick it back up and hammer slam myself into the top 8 of the first ever Pro Tour. Are you kidding me? Dennis, you do that, and it goes extremely poorly.
Yeah, I don't play fan for like 2 months, and then I don't pitch.
Devin saying rest is a weapon. Michael DeJesus echoing the same sentiment I have. Oops, I won the Pro Tour. Like, my bad. Sorry. Holy smokes. I can't believe that. Chat, have you ever taken a big break and then picked up the game again and just been absolute hot garbage? Because I think that's how it works for the rest of us.
See, this is an interesting standing right here, because you see going in, Pablo lost his first 2 rounds, which normally in Fab is a killer for the standings. But because of the way that they switched the calling stuff to where now all X2s make the second day, he was able to come back and only have 1 loss the second day and end up making the top 8. That's pretty nice to see.
That is extremely nice to see, and it's great to see kind of that pivot as to how the rankings and making day 2 and top 8 and day 3 work. And if we look, this guy has a pretty good road to the top. He took down Kugane Gaming. He took down Matt Rogers. He took down Jacob Bao. Like, this is a pretty good road to the top. This is a pretty strong schedule from Pablo, and it's cool that he was able to get there.
Yeah, he actually faced a lot of chains throughout the way, too.
He did face a lot of chains, and that was kind of my prediction. A lot of our top-tier players were really high on chain going into this event. It was cool to see, like, this hero have their resurgence, and people definitely planned for it. I think we knew we were going to see chain. Hold on, I'm expecting there might be an interview here. Let's wait and see.
Tour here. He's our chain player in this top 8 of this Pro Tour. Now you're going up against Prism this round. How are you feeling about your match?
I think this is still round 1.
Good matchup for me, but yeah, let's get not too overconfident.
Right.
Like, this is a top 8 at the most professional tournament ever of Fab, and yeah, I'm pretty scared. It's a good matchup for me, but I will lie if I say that I'm not scared.
Right now. I know you came a long way to get here, all the way from Spain. Why don't you tell me what it's like back home with your community and the testing that you did for this tournament?
Oh yeah, we have
put down the deck
in Spain. I'm from a little
Picked
town
it up a
in
month
Madrid,
later and won.
and we don't have a store nearby to play, but yeah, there's so many communities, and they are also welcoming, and you can go to Barcelona or to main Madrid, the capital, and you can play with so many different players, and they are all so really competitive. It's a really focused community, and yeah, that's great. That's great. They all hang out together, and it was a great part that got me into this game, and to playing it competitively was the people.
All right, I got one more question for you. Going back to your match here in the top 8,
Yeah.
what's the most important thing for the players at home to be looking for? Like, what's the game look like for you that's going well?
Well, Prism usually plays around setting several auras into the board, into the arena, and I will need to
Dearly said.
get some damage while I control these auras, and he will likely pivot into some big herald turns, and yeah, I will need to use my Carrion Husk or some big attacks to stop these menacing phantasmal attacks.
All right, well, Pablo, best of luck in the top 8. I hope you do well. I'm a big fan of Chain as well. Back to you, Tannen.
Thanks.
All right, so we hear from Pablo there. Pablo did not just pick up the deck this morning and trip and fall into the top 8. So I don't know if I like him nearly as much. It's just, I don't like people who work for it. I just want natural skill to win out. No, Pablo seems awesome. That seems like it was an awesome interview. You know what went through my head halfway through there? Pablo was from Spain, like being interviewed, and all these players from around the world coming together to play Flesh and Blood and join in the game, join in the community, and take down this tournament, and being interviewed in English. And if I went overseas to an event and was interviewed in a foreign language, I would have no idea. I would have no idea how to speak that language. That's insanely impressive to me. That's so cool. Like, that these humans are just that intelligent, that cultured, that well-rounded. That's something I can't speak to. I would be interviewed in Spanish, and I would be like, I have no idea. I don't know. Yes, no, maybe. I just picked up the deck this morning, and I hope to win. So that would be my take on it. I just want to shout out to these people out there that are just knocking this out, that are being awesome. So this is still the quarterfinals, so it looks like we will see every game of the quarterfinals. It looks like
Which is nice.
Yeah. 100%. They will show us every game of the quarterfinals while we sit here through Fab. I thought this was going to be a shorter stream today. Channel Fireball was like, hold my beer. This is going to be a long one. I might have to put in a coffee order for Coffee Part 2 Electric Boogaloo. Dennis, how are you feeling knowing that this is going to be a long stream?
I think that after this match, we'll definitely be taking a bathroom break.
The bathroom break sign will be coming up. The will be right back. Maybe some elevator music as we get into Chain v Prism.
I've
Willem
been chugging too much tea for this.
versus Pablo. Well, you got quite the jug of tea there. Get your predictions in chat right now. I want to know who's winning this game.
I think we see Chain take this.
You think we see Chain take this? The last poll was supposed to already have ended, so I am going to create a new poll.
We got 219 votes in that poll, though.
But man, oh man, it would be nice if my mods could create polls and do anything in this chat. That would be neat. I'm going to cast my vote. I'm not going to tell you who I cast my vote for, though. Who takes this bad boy down? Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Now you're learning how to be a content creator. I'm glad. Welcome to the team. Here comes Herald of Erudition, turn 0. We're going to get a grasp block, turn 0. Let's go. Herald of Erudition. For those that don't know in this deck, this card is an absolute 100% must block. You cannot give this deck the gas. No go again, it looks like. On the side of Prism, we will get an Arsenal target down and move to end. Now, for those that missed the Chain game yesterday, we saw the late game Eclipse being prioritized. I didn't look at the Chain list to see if Eclipse was a card that was going to find run here. So I'm interested to see how this is going to play out, what we're going to see.
The other saying makes a really good point. Chain is favored here, so Prism will take it.
Chain's favored here, so Prism.
with how we've been seeing these matches go so far, you're probably right.
We absolutely have been seeing some wild matches. Player skill, definitely a showcase out here right now. Let's see how this one goes down. Chain goes to turn one, evaluating the hand, and it's important to know, to try to get a feel for what your Prism opponent is going to do. If your Prism opponent is going to play on that fatigue strategy, you have to know early, so you can pitch things, bring them back around, and get value. If your opponent is going to try to race you, to out aggro, you need to get a feel for that too, because that means you need to hit the gas from the moment you start this game. Belittle showing Belittle, looking to probably go find Minnowism with a Minnowism pitch. Minnowism pitch to play Belittle, showing Belittle, going to find a Minnowism. Is it red or blue here, Dennis?
I think this is going to be blue.
You're absolutely right. Great call, Dennis Kuhn from the top rope for the blue Minnowism. Belittle into blue Minnowism for pitch. I wouldn't be surprised here to see, maybe something Arsenal, a Rosetta Thorn, a Grasp Trigger, throwing that blue Minnowism back on the bottom of the deck. Something interesting like that. Let's take a look.
Just like the fact that apparently doing this commentating makes it look like I actually understand how to play this game.
Well, those who have played against you know darn well that you absolutely do not, and you are 100% faking it. No, dude, you're fantastic, and I love playing this game with you. You've had some awesome insight here. It's great to get a secondary perspective on things. Love having you around, and I think we see the Miraging Metamorph blocking the Belittle. Is this an indicator of Prism on fatigue?
I think it has to be. I think the way that Prism beats Chain is by committing to a full fatigue strategy. Now, the problem is that when you get to the top tables of the Pro Tour, you have players like Pablo who know how to play around a fatigue strategy, which could put Prism on a very much of a back foot. But Prism doesn't do well into trying to combat Chain. And the problem with Chain is you have to commit very early on if you're going to fatigue or not. And if you try to pivot at all, it's going to mess you up.
You're 100% correct, and it has to be decided early. And here comes what was the non-attack action played? Rosetta represented on the table as 2 and 2. I don't know if it's actually 2 and 2. That the insight here is, I'm wondering if it's actually 2 and 2 or just 2. We'll see with life totals reflected here. I don't know what the non-attack action that was played was. It could have just been a mistrigger. It could have easily just been a mistake, but we will find out. A card does go into Arsenal. Both those Minnowisms go back to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, it looks like he took the 2 and 2, so I think that was missed by both.
It was either missed by both players or it could be missed by us. That is completely a possibility. Chat, let us know what the non-attack action played. Here comes Blue Wartune Herald. Wartune Herald, that card that costs 1, leaving 1 pitch floating for the Phantasmal Footsteps that Prism runs, allowing you to get an action point in the case that this Herald is popped. Wartune Herald definitely generating a ton of value in matchups where poppers are relevant, can push through damage, build up that soul that you might have to be able to kind of enable a lot of your auras, your shields in late game, block some of this damage. It's crazy to see this blue Wartune Herald always doing work in this event, and Chain taking that damage here, saying it's not worth a card, it's not worth a husk. Here comes a Haze Bending dropped on the field. No go again here, pitch going to the bottom of the deck. So we're leaking a little bit of damage and throwing down a Haze Bending. Let's see how Chain plays this turnout.
Now, honestly, even if William is on a fatigue strategy, him getting those end of turn blue auras down are going to be a huge thing for him, because number one, the auras don't block for that much, and it forces him to forces the Chain player to end of turn throw the Rosetta Thorn to kind of keep the auras under control. So if Pablo doesn't keep the auras under control, it does actually let William switch to more of an aggressive style midway through. But either way, it's saving him 2 and 2 damage at the end of the turn.
That is true, and it's interesting to see, as we saw Minnowism the first banish here. So we have seen 1 trillion copies of Minnowism early in this game, now 1 banished, 1 belittle in the graveyard. I believe there was 1 kept behind. So this is going to be an interesting turn for Pablo. Pablo, like you mentioned, should feel priority to pop that aura to try to get something going here. However, if you got a great turn, the temptation is always there, man, for face is the place. Pablo thinking it out, lots of lines, lots of options, looking maybe for a chain activation super early. Guys, 110 of us in chat right now. Thank you so much. Share this video with anyone you think that might want to watch in any social media that you feel like it's appropriate. I want to get 200 people in here watching Flesh and Blood with all of us as Pablo looks to take his turn. Hasn't soul shackled yet. These chain games, we've heard, for those of us that have followed along the patreon.com/HometowneTCG, Ian did a chain masterclass recently, and seeing the chain players who are operating at an extremely high level be able to work this deck out, control this pitch, get around a late game, it's played on a different level at these top tables, and Pablo is on that level. So some things that we're going to watch here are really interesting. They're going to be wild plays that we're going to see, and man, oh man, is Shrill of Skullform been showing out. Right here, shown as a 3-power attack for Belittle to go get Minnowism, and then by the time it's played on the table, will be 5. This card getting so much value, Dennis, you and I have talked about it a couple times this weekend. In chain, the Shrill Skullform just showing out.
Yeah, and he's got the 2-pitch floating to be able to create that rune chant to power it up, and then he just grabbed the blue Minnowism to be able to play it out of hand and still give himself an arsenal target. So I have a feeling that's what we're going to see, and then we may still see a Rosetta coming in at the end to blow up that haze bending.
100%. So definitely throwing some damage at the face and then dealing with the haze bending earlier. I think they're looking. So the judges over at the table now, I believe they're looking for the Rosetta Thorn early trigger here. The Rosetta Thorn for 2 and 2 only came in for 2. So they're looking at this trigger, and I'm wondering if they'll just reward 2 life back over to the side of William. Let's see. Let's see what the judges decide. So they're going to let him know.
Oh, yeah, Channel Fireball chat has been blowing up about that missed.
Right, and I think that's fair to say. We mentioned it right away. Both players missed it. So I'm interested to see the resolution here, and that's what I think. I think sometimes the resolution is a little bit blown out of proportion. I know that this is the top level event. These are the best of the best. These judges are holding them to this high standard. But in a moment like this, I would love to see 2 life just rewarded to the side of William. And William just says, yep, we move on. But I'm afraid we might see some kind of IP here. Let's find out. It looks like we're just going to reward the 2 life. There will be a warning given, rewarding 2 life, and we will play on. I love this resolution. I'm fine with the warning given, but I love this resolution. This is great resolution in my mind. And here comes a Howl from Beyond that's going to turn on. Oh my goodness, Dennis. It's going to turn on that Shrill of Skullform to be a big attack. Face is the place. Shrill of Skullform coming in for 8. 8 damage, Shrill of Skullform. Thrown to the face, 1 card in hand. Any pitch floating that I can tell. I'm digging, I'm looking. Is there 1 pitch floating here?
It does not look like there is.
There's not 1 pitch floating.
Oh,
Soul
wait,
Shield.
There should be, yeah, because he pitched a blue Minnowism. He just doesn't have the 1 floating there.
Okay, I was about to say, that's interesting to find out. If there's 1 floating, this means Rosetta can go after Haze Bending. Great time to find a Soul Shield, leaking minimum damage. Life totals like that, look at that. They even out anyway. It all works out, but it doesn't seem like William is on the fatigue strat. It really feels like William is saying, you know what? I'm going after it. I'm going after you, and I'm going to put you to make... I want you to make decisions as a chain player. We see a Merciful Retribution flashed in here at the end of turn with some pitch going down, couple cards in Soul Shield, Spectral Shield. Now we're onto the Prism. Are we going to make an aura and find out how this works? Oh, we're checking. I'm sure it's a cold foil. It looks very weird on camera, but it's just a cold foil aura.
Yeah. Now, it's going to be interesting to see whether or not William does try to pivot, because a lot of times what people have said is that against Chain, you want to be aggressive for the first 2 or 3 turns until Chain gets those soul shackles, and then you want to switch to a pivot strategy. But in my experience, trying to switch does not go well. So generally, a lot of people, especially Prism players, have said that if you're going to commit to fatiguing Chain, you need to start from the beginning. So we're going to see if William is trying to be aggressive at the beginning and then try to pivot, or if he's just going to go straight balls to the wall and make him try to leak cards.
And we've talked about this. The notion that face is the place is an option here, right? And if face continues to be the place, you wonder if this Prism can draw well enough to race something like a Chain. It feels like there's not a chance. There's no chance that that could happen. But if Prism feels like, hey, you know what? I don't want to play defensive. I want to try to get you low and make you make decisions. They might go that route. But Dennis, I'm with you. In my experience, not the best route to go. 2 live banishes hit here. We see Ghostly Visit and Bounding Demigon coming off the top of the deck and making the Chain turn look better. There's gas here available for our Chain player off the top. 5-card hand, 4 in hand, 1 in arsenal. This will be an interesting turn right here. This could be the moment where the Prism player, William, must say, I can't play offense anymore. I have to play defense. I've got a couple auras on the field. He might feel like he has to deal with them, and I can get some gas. We're showing Art of War on the stream. I'm sure that the player is digging for Art of War. Pablo finding Art of War here could be huge. Let's see how the turn goes.
I think he has an art in Arsenal.
He's got an Art of War in Arsenal possibly, and we see another Belittle? This could be 3rd copy of Belittle dropped down on the battlefield already. All 3 Belittles out, fueling these first early turns for the Minnowism Belittle package.
Oh, no. He had a Minnowism there.
Oh, had a Minnowism, plays the Belittle, shows the Shrill again. Shrill of Skullform doing work in this deck. I am hype about the Shrill of Skullform tech, finding blue Minnowism to continue to fuel this turn. You see these Minnowisms being pitched and coming back around. These things are cycling and just generating value. This package is so cool to see out on the table right now. Belittle coming in for 6 damage. That is no little Belittle, my friend. 6 damage on the board, flying at the face of William. Let's see how he handles it. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 13 minutes ago. We posted a poll. I will leave it up for about 10 more minutes. Well, maybe even about 2. The game has already started. I don't want you guys to have bonus information. Who takes this down, Prism or Chain? Cast your votes now. 2nd Soul Shield, 6 for 6. Perfect block. You love to see the Soul Shields getting great value if you're on the side of Prism.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the good news is that it's loading up his soul a little bit early, which will let him, if he is going for a aggressive defensive way, this will let him get some soul shields out. I think right now he's prioritizing keeping some spectral shields so that he can start to do some pokes and keep the pressure on. So I mean, if you're going for aggressive, you want to see these soul shields early.
If you're going for aggressive, you do want to see the Soul Shields early, but you wonder if the Soul Shields matching up perfectly might want to block something bigger. There are Runic Reclamation is a possibility in the deck. There could be, maybe not Command and Conquers, but Howl from Beyond, buffed attacks, and Rift Binds. You wonder if you want to see those Soul Shields maybe eating something of a bigger priority rather than just a buffed Belittle. So maybe that comes to punish later in the game. Here comes the Shrill of Skullform coming in for 5 with this Soul Shackle generation. So 5 go again here. There was a Minnowism played, so Bounding Demigon in the Banish Zone is live. 1 pitch floating. Will he leave the gas in Banish Zone? He will throw Bounding from Banish Zone. It looks to be a blue Bounding. He will utilize that to save and preserve some life total and pop the Merciful Retribution, throwing 1 damage over to the side of the Chain player. Just clarifying that there was a non-attack action played this time. We saw the Minnowism come down early on this turn. Let's go back to the Prism. Did keep a couple cards, but did lose that Spectral Shield. Lost that Spectral Shield, lost the Aura. But They will make a Spectral Shield here. It looks like at the start of turn. Nope, maybe at the end of turn? Maybe at the end of turn, it looked like they made a Spectral Shield. Let's see how this turn is handled. I'm interested. Dennis, when did that Spectral Shield get generated?
I believe it got generated at the end of turn, so that now he has the option of making another one on his turn to get 2 shields out there and potentially get a little bit of poking in.
I got you. Okay, so it's made on the end of turn. It looks like we have the option to make second Spectral Shield. The judges are coming over to look at the deck, and they are trying to make sure the pitch is going into the deck in the same direction. We know we saw some drama with this recently. It's cool to see the players be able to lean into the judges at the table and say, hey, this is the case. I'm not sure which direction this is all going. Can we just make sure that this is right? It's awesome to see the judges leaning in saying, yes, we want to make sure the game state is preserved. We want everything to go well. And boom, Wartune Herald, this one red, doing work. Again, that Herald we talked about early on, doing some work here. Let's see what happens. 7 damage thrown over to the side of the chain. Chain, you see Pablo looking down, sees that Husk. The temptation is there. I don't think you Husk here.
No, the light totals are still way too high for that.
I agree with you, but Dennis, there's a reason these guys are at that table. They're feeling that way. Taking the damage, saying, nope, no block. Let's do this. This is something you love to see. Spectral Shield for 1. The ping, the poke, the dash is coming in. I just got a message from the side, guys, from Hometown TCG Ascent Mo Bogsley. The tall Timmy himself says hello to the stream, to chat, to you guys, to me, and the message is passed along through Mo Bogsley of Team Ascent. Tall Timmy, if you get a chance to watch this stream, what's up, dude? I respect other tall people in the community. Love you. Love your channel. Thanks a lot. Gonna respond to that bad boy. Make sure the tall Timmy knows. We love him in the community, guys. Thank you for having us. Let's go, team!
Yeah, I mean, just watching some of the major faces and major power plays that have been at Jersey this weekend have been awesome. Like with the Min-Max booth, there was a time that they had Rudy, open boosters, and I think Saint all in there cracking boxes and just hanging out and having a blast.
This event was absolutely awesome. Dennis, let's get a team in chat for the tall Timmy shouting us out. I want to hear your team. Give me your best team, Dennis.
Like in chat or like
no,
here?
Right now in voice.
Team.
Welcome back. Let's go. Chain activated. Soul Shackle going up to 4. Possible Soul Reaping. We're seeing Ghostly Visit dropped on the field. 2 float. Soul Shackle. Ghostly Visit for 4. Pierce Reality down. This Prism player got a ton of value. Prism's got a ton of value on the field right now in the form of Pierce Reality, in the form of that Soul Shield. And what can happen here is that Prism can start to be able to agree, handshake, and say, I'm not playing passive anymore. I'm going aggressive, and I'm not going to let you get to 7, 8, 9 shackles. We're going to end this bad boy right now at a limited number of shackles, and I'm going to keep you off your game plan. So a Soul Reaping would be good.
Yeah, Pablo is hitting a point right now to where even with only two auras being on the field, he can't keep switching priority between smashing William's face and going after auras. So eventually he has to take a chance to basically say, I'm committing to just going at your face and letting William have a board state.
Okay, so we're on the same page with that, and I think what's interesting here is that with Pierce Reality, do you feel that confident having it, knowing that there's Husk still on the board? Knowing that equipment, even if you prioritize Herald of Erudition with Pierce Reality here, you can still block a Herald of Erudition with Husk with Skullcap, but here's what's scary. Phantasmal Footsteps going down. Art of War for +1 to break Phantasmal Footsteps. Banish 1, draw 2, can pick the +1 option here and break Phantasmal Footsteps.
No, it won't break it because it has to go to 6.
I thought it's 4 or more.
No,
I was wrong. I didn't know the number on the card off the top of my head. Oh, I wanted it to break it. Art of War here for +1. giving +1 to the attack, banish 1, drawing 2. Here we go. Man, I got so hyped. I thought we could break it. You're correct, though. Now that I think deeper about it, it is for 6. It would have to be for 6. So leaking a little bit more damage through drawing 2. No more go again, though. And with a Shadow of Ursa pitched, you wonder if we can make proper use of this card. Can we get enough go again going here? Spellbound Creepers used to play Mauvern Skies and generate an action point here. Now we've entered the point of pivot. If you're the Prism player, you've got to be worried. You've seen an Art of War dropped. You've seen Spellbound Creepers used. You know our Chain player is going for it right now. They're going to try to push through some damage. This is the moment you have to decide. Am I staying on this aggro strat? Or am I going to pivot and play some defense? So playing Unhallowed Rites from the Banish Zone, picking Howl from Beyond, putting it to the bottom of the deck. 5 damage, still 2 action points, because this will utilize an action point and reward 1 with Go Again.
Yeah, and see, I think that this is where it comes into where trying to pivot to a defensive strategy right now is going to be so detrimental to William because the life totals are too even to pivot. So I think if we try to see him pivot to a defensive strategy, that's going to kind of be the end for him.
All right, so we don't think we can pivot to a defensive strategy right now, but if we're not pivoting to a defensive strategy, then we have to be worried on the side of Prism. On the side of Pablo, we have to be excited. If we're on the side of Chain, we're excited. If he can't pivot to a defensive strategy, if he stays aggro, we have Husk, we have Skullcap, we have more damage that we can push through. On the side of Pablo, we're feeling good. On the side of William, there's a lot of stress going on here. There's a lot of what can I do? Do I pivot? Don't I pivot? How do I play this hand? And if you don't pivot, if you commit to the race, you better have some absolute bomb hands and ridiculous turns because without them, you're not going to get there. You will fall short. It's like a cardinal rule. You don't race Chain without a guaranteed winning strategy. As we see here, Ghostly Visit coming down for 5, still an action point. Insane value.
Yeah, it looks like William is committing to staying aggro because he's taking the damage and keeping the hands.
Wow. William with the biggest amount of courage right here to say, I made a plan, I'm sticking to it. Here we go. 2 action points. I think we used up an action point with that Ghostly Visit. 2 and 2. And is Face the place? Are both players saying, I don't care about board state. Face is the place, and we're slamming it down.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about. Pablo's hit the point to where he no longer cares about the auras that are on the battlefield. He's just going for straight damage and making William race him.
This is wild. Both players committing to the race. Hashtag Face is the place. I want to see some Face is the place in the chat, and I think we have our answer. I was going to ask you guys, is William going to ship it or test it? This man is shipping it. This man just says shipping it, and he pitched an Arclight Sentinel. The Arclight Sentinel pitch gets down a Genesis, prioritizes the Genesis, throws Genesis on the field. He will be able to Genesis trigger, essentially gaining a life, creating that soul shield out here, and get some value. But is 10 life enough? William, at the top of his game on this deck, at the top 8 in the Pro Tour, is making the gamble and saying, you know what? I know this deck better than anyone else. I know my life total. I'm going to get down Genesis, and I'm going to turn this thing around. William making that Spectral Shield drawing. Here comes the Genesis trigger. Here comes the attack. Ping for 1. Definitely going to get value over stuff like the Husk here. It always feels bad if the Chain player has to then throw Husk in front of the Genesis. But my, oh my. 1 pitch for value, prioritizing an arsenal. Let's find out. William, at the top of his game, is going to show us, was this the right move or was it not? This turn is going to give us a lot of information.
Yeah, William really needs a shackle lift here.
That's not a good start for a shackle whiff. 2 good hits. 3 good... Oh, no. Okay. Oh, no. Oh, no, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. William sitting there looking at a bunch of gas. Imagine with me a world where Arclight Sentinel is drawn here and can be dropped at the correct time. The problem is with Spellbound Creepers still available and lead the charges in the deck, Even Arclight Sentinel might not bail us out of this position. We're going to have to see how Chain chooses to play this turn. This is going to be crazy. Soul Reaping drop generating a pitch. This is not what you want to see from the side of William. Soul Reaping, a card that just generates a ton of value. I don't believe a Soul Shackle was made here. However, Spellbound Creepers over there, pitch generated to be able to be activated.
Well, it doesn't even matter. It has natural go again because William has cards in Soul.
The backside of... I've never been able to utilize that side of Soul Reaping. The backside of Soul Reaping, because cards are in Soul, it has go again. It comes in for 6. It's free and generates pitch. This card presents so much value, and William is going to have to bend and flex and find ways out of this spot, but he clearly is capable of it. That is why he is showing he's one of the best in the world at these top tables. 2 cards going into pitch. I wonder if this is it. Is this the moment? Parable of Humility dropped on the field, building more aura supremacy, but with only 2 cards in hand at 10 life. Here's the fear. Is he dead on board? If we look at the cards he pitched, he does pitch 2 cards that block to build that Herald Supremacy. He takes 4 off the Soul Reaping, -1 off the Parable, Soul Shield soaking 1, but 4 damage with natural go again, 2 pitch floating. We could be in a tough spot here.
And he does still have some armor block to utilize. So I think that his plan is if he can get through this turn with those 3 auras on board, that he's going to be able to start regaining some ground.
Okay, he's committed to this plan. He's committed to this strategy. Takes 4 from Soul Reaping. Back to Pablo. Action back on Pablo. Pablo seeing the same game state, the same board state, Dennis, that you and I are seeing. He's seeing the lack of cards in hand. He's seeing the board state that he's staring down, and he knows if I let a player like William live through this turn, I could be in trouble here. There's a big board state. There's a lot of cards in Soul. If I let him turn the corner and pivot, he could take control of this game. So I would be surprised if we don't see Pablo look to close things out here. But if the hand is dead, if Pablo doesn't have it, maybe there's no option. Attacking Parable of Humility. Popping Parable of Humility. Ending the combat chain. Spellbound Creepers trigger. With Mauvrin Skies from Arsenal to generate that action point again. All right, dealing with the board state, dealing with the aura on the field. Mauvrin Skies for go again. Here comes the cards out of Banish. It's going to have go again. This Riftbind will be sizable. Riftbind for 3, 4, probably 5. 4? Was there no non-attack before that? No, there was no.
I don't believe so. Yeah, it's just for 4.
All right, just for 4, but still, Riftbind at 4. And when you're at 6, these attacks start to be sizable. There's 1 pitch floating. There is a Howl from Beyond and another Riftbind. So if we have a blue in hand or a way to generate pitch, my oh my, that next Riftbind that's going to come in for 7 could be lethal. Here we go. William, digging to the bottom of the barrel, has to make this choice and is in a tough spot. Knows it, but is one of the best in the game. That's why he's here. He's thinking of all the possibilities, ways to get out of this situation, and William digging, looking at the 2 cards in hand, does have 2 pitch floating, 5 cards in Soul, Ironhide Gloves available right now. Going down, 1 pitch in Soul, Ironhide Gloves and Skullcap will go on the combat chain to full block the Riftbind. Wants to keep the cards in hand, wants to be able to turn that corner. Next thing we do has go again. We'll kill the combat chain. Next thing that happens, we'll have go again. Here we go. Rosetta Thorn for 2 and 2 with go again. No pitch floating, but good lord, if that's a blue in hand, we must dodge blue in hand. 2 and 2. Phantasmal Footsteps and the Skullcap second block, blocking the 2 physical, taking the 2 arcane, going to 2. William nods up at the camera and says, huh? Pops Genesis! using the last floating, the runic reclamation, to get in and pop Genesis. Leaving Genesis on the field. I wonder what Herald William could have that could turn this. Genesis down. Pierce Reality, the lone aura on the field. William under the microscope here, behind the 8-ball. What will he do? Passing turn to William. Pablo going to 20. I imagine an instant husk throw here. Still sitting on end of turn. Decisions to make, end of turn. What are we going to do to get ourselves out of this situation? In the thick of it, drawing up. Action over to William. Sees the husk, knows the game state. Possibly action over to William, possibly not. No cleaned up pitch yet, so not sure. But also could just be we've all forgot to clean up our pitch. Oh, Pablo pointing out the pitch. William saying he's not sure if he wants to go to turn yet. Does clean up pitch, moves to next turn. All right, action on William. Tunic up to 3. Tunic on 3 could be a problem here. Could be something that we need. William sitting at 4 life. This is high level flesh and blood. This is terrifying. Dennis, did we drop you? I can't hear Dennis. I cannot hear you, Dennis.
What does that look like?
I can still hear my stream. I cannot hear Dennis. Hometown TCG Dennis is unhearable. I don't know if it's on my end or his end. Makes a Spectral Shield here with the Herald of Erudition. Pierce Reality still on the board. Going to await a message from Hometown TCG Dennis here. Dennis thinks it's his end. We're going to see if we can't get Dennis back here in a minute. In the meantime, we'll go ahead. And while we wait for Dennis to come back, we will hide him just in case. Just in case he's got to work out some kinks on his end. Spectral Shield coming in for 1. Making Spectral Shield. Pierce Reality on the battlefield. Coming in for 2. Drops second copy of Pierce Reality. Cleans up Herald of Erudition. At 4. Pablo sitting on Howl from Beyond pitched. 5 banishes coming off the top. This could get crazy. There's a Ghostly Visit hit. There's a Shadow of Ursa hit. And as William's life starts to dwindle, more and more of these threats become lethal. I think we've reached the point where Pablo is going to have to decide if face is permanently the place. Even with the 2 Pierce Realities, he's going to say, I can peel enough cards from your hand and bank on a no block, and we're going to see if that is how this plays out. Dennis, if you can hear us, go ahead and just disconnect and reconnect to Discord and see if that works. I don't know if you're doing audio tests, what you're doing, but see if you can disconnect, see if you can reconnect. Here comes the Shadow of Ursa, 4-2 with Go Again. This card presenting a ton of value here when life totals are this low. A little bit of chip damage just flying through to our hero, William. Double pitch. Parable of Humility dropped on the battlefield. Shadow of Ursa for 1.
Am I back?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Dennis, Hometown TCG. Welcome, dude.
All right, awesome.
Go ahead and share your camera again. I'll have to resize the video and all that. Oh, nope. Looks like you're going to go right back into the same spot. And we should be able just to pop you back up on stream. Welcome back, Dennis.
All right, cool.
I got to resize you. You're way closer to your camera now than you were. Maybe maybe you were always this close.
Well,
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not looking at your face, dude. I'm looking at this amazing action of the Shadow of Ursa for 1 coming down. But here's the scary part. William, 1 card in hand. Shadow Puppetry dropped. Bounding Demigon for 5. 1 card in hand. How do we get out of this one?
Yeah, I don't think we do, because that Rosetta's coming in non-debuffed.
that Rosetta is coming in non-debuffed. Non-debuffed is a great way to put that. I wouldn't have thought of saying non-debuffed. I love that, dude. It is coming in
That's the quality content you come here for.
It is coming in non-debuffed. Rosetta will be coming in 4-2 and 2. William up against it. 1 card in hand. Parable of Humility down. Here comes the 4 block. No card in hand. No card in soul. No skullcap block. All we have to do is find a way to get there as Pablo. Pablo mulling over all of his options. It looks dire for our hero William. He's smiling. He's having a good time with it. But I would be surprised if there isn't lethal on board right now. Remember, all attack actions do come in for -1. Combat chain ends. No pitch floating, so pulling back boots, probably not going to get it done. Or wait, no, boots block for 1. Do you have to pay each time?
Yes. Oh, maybe you don't.
Maybe you don't.
Oh, yeah, it's just 1 resource to give it +1 block for the turn.
And there comes the ghostly visit, and that will close it out. Pablo getting there over William, Prism Sculptor of Arclight. Big shout out, round of applause to William. What a run at the very first pro tour on Prism. Very cool game, very cool deck, but chain just overwhelming. If you don't commit to that fatigue strategy early, it can just be overwhelming.
Yeah, and that is the thing that you see is that Prism has such a capacity to be aggressive and put some pressure on, but it's just one of those decks that you can't race chain. If you're going on an aggro build, chain's going to get there.
If you're going, it just seems like you can't race chain. You need chain to miss once or twice. And you pointed out early, and I think this was great analysis from you, if you don't commit to defense and you commit all into offense, you better have some bomb ridiculous turns. And while William had some good turns, he had some great tech in there, he didn't have enough to keep up. The chain was able to keep their life total high. They didn't get a chance to use Husk and close this bad boy out. So ladies and gentlemen, I think this is an awesome time. Dennis, I think it's time for a bathroom break. What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely need to take one.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will turn on the stream here. We are going to take a bathroom
so if you're
break.
At home and watching,
we will be right
back.
back.
We'll be right back with more Flesh and Blood.
Hey, Angelic Beef, how's it going? Welcome to the chat. Appreciate you guys being here. Back with about 30 seconds to spare. Figure out where Josh is. Yeah, that matchup was awesome. It was a lot different life total than I expected to see at the end. I expected them to be very close at the end, but just was not working.
Flake here with Stephen Cookis, aka DM Armada. It has been hot and heavy action, man. That was a great chain match.
It was. I don't want to say dominant because there was counterplay, but man, it's as if he knew how that wanted to play out and he just executed it to perfection.
I was talking with Matt Rogers off screen about this and just saying, like, what are the chances? Because I've put in a lot of work with Prism and previously, and then Chain comes researches like, what's the game plan with Prism? Is it fatigue? And we're talking about like, all right, let's count the D-reacts. Ooh, this ain't gonna look pretty. So that's where we got with that. But friends, we got the final, not the final, but the last quarterfinal match. Let's take a look. We got Isaac Kroot, my homeboy from Toronto. This is Isaac Kroot, the silent assassin himself, a ProQuest winner, but man, this is somebody not to F with.
I mean, look at that competitive event record. He's racking up those wins. He's got a fantastic win percentage. I mean, he's got just games under his belt. That's the way you can put it, right?
Oh, definitely. And let's take a look at the journey that Isaac took, the all 14 rounds. So starts off with an all caps, Stephen Black. You know you mean
just
business.
Yelling.
Just, Stephen Black. And he took him down despite all the noise. And Michael Hamilton, I mean, you lose to Michael Hamilton. There's no shame in that. Double calling winner, one of the best players in the world. And then look at that chain of W's.
And look at the names that we've all, in fact, we just saw the top 8, the quarterfinal matchup with William there at round 9. Andrew was tops. Craig Krimples on that list. John Ho was even playing Viserai and just kind of wrecking shop with Viserai. There's people on, look at this, even just the loss to Alexander Vor there right before he made his last little run. Those are huge names. Imagine playing up against that and walking into the top 8. That is a lot of experience.
Now, there's one very important L here, and that is the L to Alexander Vor, the top seed. Now, there's no shame, again, in losing to the top seed. It's the top seed, but the most important part is that is a Kano player. I spoke to Isaac. Isaac and the Hairy Tarantula crew were having trouble with this list defeating Kano. That is a glaring weakness in Isaac Kroot's build, and he'll have to overcome that right now. This might not be the ideal matchup that he wanted, but it's the one he's got, and it's the one he's going to have to convert on.
Yeah, this is going to be one that is, well, let's just say it's going to be electric. I'm very interested to see how this plays out. Both of these heroes have the capacity to just throw down big damage, but do it in a variety of different ways. And really, it's going to be interesting because this could end with like a bunch of Starvo triggers in a row, just smashing the opponent in. Or it could end in wildfire into crazy stuff. And we've seen both on display in this tournament.
All right, let's check out the opponent. That would be one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Isaac's Starvo build is running only one arcane barrier.
Again,
so
from space.
I think that you won't be surprised to see.
Run over there, do the interview.
I'm going to, hold on, I'll be right back.
Some major damage coming Isaac's way.
I'm with Isaac Kroot. He's the 3rd seed here at the Pro Tour in New Jersey. Someone I know really well because I have an 0 and whatever record against him. He slaughters me all the time. A great person, very methodical. Now, you are on Starvo. You are facing off against Kano. Now, you had mentioned to me very clearly you do not have a good practice record against Kano. What is changed for you going into this particular matchup? Is there a change in your game plan?
I think nothing changed going into this match because I can't put more arcane barrier in my deck. And so what I have to hope for is have Okinold for fused for 11 on the first 2 turns. So try to disrupt them as much as possible and deal as much damage as possible in the first few turns. I think is going to be the key to this game.
So you're from Hairy Tarantula, Toronto, where I make residence, and I have been there so many times. There's a lot of great players there. Explain to me a little bit about the importance of having a good team and just what Hairy Tarantula and all those guys mean to you.
I think then you have good players to test with. They kind of make you a better player yourself. they can point to your mistakes, and they can play different decks. Maybe some of them have different strengths, and I think that's what makes up a great team.
All right, last question. Are we going to have ice cream together?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, good luck, Isaac Crute, man. I'm rooting for you, buddy.
Thank you.
Dude, you made that. How do you make that run? Everybody's so good at running. You guys
Zumba.
jump over the court over there. It's crazy how you do that.
Zumba,
I'm
man.
impressed.
I'm telling you.
Lots of
Yeah,
Zumba.
it used to be
That's the
Taibo.
play.
Now it's Zumba.
I remember Taibo. That was a good time.
Yeah, Isaac Crute. I mean, not one for the spotlight, not one for man of few words, but they're very. He basically lets his gameplay do the talking, but he's got his work cut out for him moving forward.
Yeah, playing against one of the most prolific players in the game, in the history of the game, I believe. Up against Sasha Markovic, right?
Sasha Markovic, yes. Let's go ahead and take a look at Sasha Markovic's numbers, the stats. If you got a baseball card, this would be what's on the back. Sasha Markovic from Auckland, New Zealand, currently, points 11.
Oh, only an 18-day 90-day or 18.90-day XP
here, and a 75% win rate. But it's not just 75. Look how many competitive games under the belt.
This is a competitor that won the first 2 callings ever played, both of which were in the U.S., one of which was here in New Jersey, the second of which was in Austin, and it was right after the game released. Absolute powerful player, and choosing in this tournament to play the Kano that took him all the way here.
Yeah, and 90-day XP rank, 7,934th in the world. That's where you want to be. That is exactly in his wheelhouse, but it doesn't matter because you're the Pro Tour, baby.
Not only that, you're trying to punch your ticket to the semifinals in the Pro Tour.
Yeah,
man.
exactly. Talk about a comeback from behind story. All right, let's take a look at the journey that Sasha Markovic took to get to where he is. Let's rattle off a nice 5-0 before maybe a little bit of stumbling. A loss to Chris Ray, a loss to Tyler Horspool, and down the line, a loss to Ian Zhang.
Outside of that, though, look at the wins he picked.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. What's going on? Dennis, welcome back. How you feeling today, dude?
I'm feeling good. I'm ready to watch Sasha. Hopefully, hopefully take this match against Starvo. It was funny you missed the interview with the Starvo player who they were basically saying, like, you said going into this that Kano's a match that you haven't really played against, and what do you think's changed? And he's like, well, I wasn't able to add more arcane barriers, so all I can hope for is that my first 2 turns are fused Okanold.
So we hear it. Oh, here we go. Let's pop to the interview.
He's got 2 hometowns, and he's going up against my homeboy, Isaac Crute from Toronto. Now, Isaac Crute is very quiet, and I'm trying to hype it up and try to make this big. How do you feel going up against the silent assassin, Isaac Crute?
Well, like, you can see that I'm pretty relaxed, not really stressing. It is what it is.
It is what it is. Dangerous words from one Sasha Markovic. You are the 6th seed. You are bringing Kano. You've got 2 calling wins under your belt. You are the bad guy. How does it feel to be the bad guy?
Well, it's just me against the world. All my teammates are gone, and let's just get it done. That's it.
All right. Clearly a lot of hype on one side of this interview. I got to go cool down. I got to go. You hang on to this. It's all yours.
Flag.
All right, I now officially know what you must feel like commentating with me.
That was fantastic. What an interview. What an interview. Let's get to this game. Oh.
I love Sasha.
Rolling back into frame. Here comes Flake. Guys, this is going to be an interesting game. As we heard, wasn't able to slot in more arcane barriers, so this one is going to be wild. What do you think, Dennis? What do you got? Let's get a prediction going in chat.
We got to keep the Kano hype alive. Sasha's got to make it onto the semifinals.
All right. So we got to keep the Kano hype alive. Let's get a poll going in chat. I want to know, close the last one. Chain beat Prism out in the vote with 87 votes. I want to know for this poll, Kano or Starvo? Who you got? Let's ask the community. Let's get some interaction with you guys. Let me know. Poll goes live right now. Who you got? Kano or Starvo?
Kano.
I don't want to know who you want to win. I want who you think is going to win, which is a big difference.
It's still Kano.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's see what you got. I do have some family stuff going on today. I need these games to go faster.
What do you got going on today?
I got some family stuff going on today, dude. I got to get to it. We've got some.
You didn't block out this entire weekend?
No, things in the hometown TCG household don't stop. The wonderful wifey is carrying this household right now, and I got some stuff that just needs to get done. I need to take care of it.
You were supposed to be in Jersey this whole weekend. What would you have done then?
I was not supposed to be in Jersey all weekend. I was supposed to be hanging out with the beautiful, the wonderful wifey, hometown TCG wifey. Ken's answer is F Starvo. All right. Poll's still live, ladies and gentlemen. Get your votes in. Cast your votes now. What are we going to see here? Thank you guys for choosing to hang out and choosing to spend some time here with us. I really appreciate each and every one of you. If I do get a phone call and this ends up being the last game I can cast, that will be sad. I will miss you guys, but it will be awesome. Maybe I'll just leave you here, Dennis. Just you.
That is a terrible idea if you want viewership on your channel.
Just a hometown TCG Dennis hanging out, watching some Flesh and Blood, doing some awesome, awesome things.
You want to increase your view count, not decrease it.
I'm not so worried about the view count. I just want the games to be fantastic. I can't wait to see this game. Let's throw to it already. I want this game. Let's go. 40 votes in the poll so far. Still some time left to get your vote in. Cast your vote. Who is winning this game? Is it Starvo? Is it Kano? Who do you got?
There is so much hype in this chat for Starvo Living Legends.
In the Channel Fireball chat?
No, in our chat. Thiago wants it. Angelic Beef wants it. There's just a lot of people who just want Starvo gone.
Oh my goodness! There's a lot of get Starvo out of my games going on right now in this chat. That is hype.
Ken's F Starvo.
Get Starvo out of my game. Disappear. Poof, you're gone. I don't want to see you anymore, Starvo. Thank you, no thank you. Let's throw to this game. I'm so hyped. I want to see it.
Get rid of the Starvo crutch.
Hyperion Furies. Yeah, get rid of the Starvo crutch. 42 votes in the poll. Make sure, guys, cast your votes in the poll right now. I want your predictions. I get to sit here with Dennis and make predictions for every game. I want your guys' predictions. I want to see what you're feeling. Who's winning this game? Jonathan says... What?
Oh, go ahead.
I was saying... Jonathan saying turn 0 Kano win. That seems wild. That would be crazy.
Ken, that's true. If you just stick to Blitz and Limited, you'll never play against Starvo. Life hacks.
That is a life hack. There are 2 formats where you don't have to deal with Starvo. I remember Mo Bogsley. I keep talking about Mo Bogsley, huge friend of the channel. Hometown TCG Ascent Mo Bogsley mentioned, like, oh, we got adult Icelander. He goes, does this mean we get young Starvo? Michael saying Kano the boy since day one. Down with Kano since the release. You down with OG Wizard? Yeah, you know me. Hey, Chester Cheetah, no Blitz hate in chat. No Blitz hate allowed. TCG Timmy, you have to remember, everybody at your ProQuest will probably still play Starvo. That is still an option to be played in these events, right? Yeah. He will not hit Living Legend until set release or a banned and restricted announcement.
Yeah, and I don't think we have another banned and restricted announcement before Uprising, which means even if Starvo wins, I think he's still in the format until June 24th.
I think so too. And guys, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching the coverage. Thanks for choosing to spend some time with Dennis and myself. And Dennis, thanks to you, dude. You didn't have to do this. This is not part of your, like, job that you need to get done. So the fact that you're spending time with me and hanging out, I just appreciate you, dude. I want to show you some love. Thank you so much
That
for
was in
doing
my
this.
TCG contract.
You have a contract?
I thought so.
Ah, crap.
What am I thinking of?
I really hope there's no contract. If there's contracts here, I'm in trouble. I hope we throw to this game already.
Looks like we're going. Looks like we're going.
Oh!
Two more minutes.
2 more minutes. Come on, guys.
They're killing us.
I really might need to call this early. Chat, I might have to call this early. This is crazy. Come on. We're just sitting here in silence watching the same camera reel. Like, what is there to talk about? There's Starvo. There's Kano. There's Aether Wildfire being thrown back and forth. Tomes are going to draw cards. Let's see it happen. Let's
we've already
go.
talked about this for the last 15 minutes. We've been waiting for the game.
I know. We've been waiting so long for these games. Ugh. It's killing me. It's killing me. In chat, we have our prediction going. We've got 52 votes. Let's see if we can get this thing to 70 votes. 52 votes in the poll in chat. I want to get this thing to 70 votes. That'll be roughly 50% audience participation before this game starts. We got 40 seconds. If you haven't gone to the chat, we're sitting here. We're waiting. We got nothing to do. Get in that poll and vote. Click a button. Do you think Kano's going to win? Do you think Starvo's going to win? I want to know your opinion. We're down some votes. We need more votes.
Ooh, 74% saying Kano. 74%.
74% out there for Kano, guys. What are we doing? We're just waiting. We got nothing else to do. Let's go make a pick. Make your pick. See if you win. See if you get it done. Click that button. I want to know what you think.
Only 13 more seconds of listening to us make shit up.
Only 13 more seconds of waiting for us to fill time. I'm trying to get Ascent updates, so I'm on my phone as well, reaching out, trying to get Ascent updates. We're desperately seeking Ascent updates. There was so much dead air.
Yeah, I want to know how John's doing in the calling.
Me too. Rooks was 7-2 last we heard.
Math. They're really leaning into that math that math image.
They are really leaning into that, and I don't want to take full credit, but my banger tweet this morning probably helped.
Oh, I'm sure.
Absolute banger of a tweet. Here we go, jumping into some gameplay. We got Kano. We got Starvo.
Starvo's already winning by 10 life.
We missed a couple turns because Starvo was already up. We got to 60 votes. We didn't quite get to 70. We are going to close out the poll and get some results. Ken wants me to stop pressuring him for votes. I will not. Winter's Wail for 4 here. Thrown at Sasha. The crazy part here is we would be wary of a blink play. A blink play turn 1 to leak through 5 to 7 damage off of an Earth card could be wild here. That's a possibility. It could happen. We're seeing No! The Tomes! Double Tome block on Winter's Wail. If you are on the side of Isaac, you love to see that.
Yeah, that is an interesting block.
Interesting block. Taking a peek with Kano here. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Playing Toma Findel, 2-pitch floating, drawing 2. Looking at another Kano activation here.
So he drew 3 of his tomes in his first hand.
Kano trigger, blue snapback pitch, looking at the top card. Choosing to banish. Oh my goodness. Losing 3 tomes on this first turn for no value is huge for the side of Starvo.
Yeah.
Crucible Trigger throwing foreboding bolt for 2 arcane, opt 1. 2 arcane damage dealt, opt 1 happening right now, I believe. Taking a look. What do we find? Card goes to the bottom. 1 card left in hand. No pitch float. I'm assuming we will call it, end turn, and we will move on.
Well, it's important to note that that was on Starvo's turn, so Kano is still going to be going and getting his own turn now.
Absolutely. Kano will draw up and have his own turn. We will then throw back to Starvo's turn, or as Kano mains say, our turn. There you go. Kano drawing up 4 cards definitely needs to make an impact. We've seen how important the early game is for Kano. There must be an impact made here by the Kano player. This first turn is good, and then after losing the 2 tomes right away, we're feeling behind the 8 ball. You're definitely feeling behind the gun here. I would love to see how Sasha's going to play this. Voltic Bolt, a big damage coming down. One.
I don't know that tome being pitched.
I think that's a Meritus Scolding being pitched. I don't think it's a tome. I think it's a Scolding, seeing some pitch here, and a Voltic Bolt for 6, looking to even up these life totals. Try to inch things closer. There is 1 null rune on the side of Starvo, taking all of the damage, saying no.
I'm guessing that means that he's got at least a Starvo activation in hand.
It's got to be a Starvo activation in hand because Crown of Seeds will not. Oh no, he found a pulse. This game not going to last long. He has found a pulse, and there is the 13 Dominate. Go again, crippling crush. This is what we heard from Isaac in the pregame, saying, this is what I need to do. This is how my game has to go. And we can't keep cards as Kano anyway, so let's lay him on the field and let's try to find something to do with him. We do find a Sonic Boom. We rip Sonic Boom off the top.
It's a good start.
It's a good start. Let's see what else we got. Rip Sonic Boom off the top. Now, Sonic Boom does let us look at the top card, and if it's a wizard non-attack action, we get to play it and pay less based on the amount of damage that Sonic Boom does. Second, Kano trigger. Looking at the top card, and this can be a peek for Sonic Boom as well, to kind of see what we can play. And if there's 2 cards in hand, we reveal a Reverberate Blue and a Sonic Boom. So a lot of great options here to throw some damage back. But remember, at the end of all of this, a 13 Dominate Crippling Crush is still sitting on the combat chain. That is going to hit. That is going to happen. And we can't keep cards anyway. No matter what, we will Tunic and pass on the next turn with 2 in hand. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some damage thrown at the face right here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that Sasha's taking 13 damage regardless, but if he's able to use all of the hands in his deck to throw some damage back right now, it's just going to be a trade for trade.
Good
hey,
morning.
Rod, how's it going?
Welcome to the stream, friend of the channel, Rod. Sonic Boom coming in for 3. No buff here. 1 in hand. Here comes Sonic Boom. The ability to block 2 on the table here with Crown of Seeds. Oh, no, 1 pitch floating. The ability to block 1. Sonic Boom will deal 2 here. 1 pitch floating, none in hand, 1 in arsenal. Except you could Crown of Seeds, put the card to the bottom, draw a second card, and block another arcane. Which it looks like that's what Isaac is looking to do. Trigger Crown of Seed, get the 1 damage floating shield out there, draw a card, and have the option to block more arcane this turn by drawing into a blue.
Yeah, the important thing is, though, is then that won't leave him an arsenal card for the following turn.
It won't, and he draws Oaken Old. Isaac put to the decision for all of his chips. Sonic Boom dealing 2. We're going to look at the top card of the deck. It costs 2 less. What do we see? We see Aether Flare. Is it blue? Can't tell what color it is. I can't tell what color it is. Aether Flare banished. It will
I believe
cost...
that's a red.
If it's a red Aether Flare, it will buff the Reverberate coming down, and this will be a good amount of damage. I think it's blue. Stream showing that it's blue. So possibility of a blue Aether Flare coming down. If this thing deals damage, it will buff the Reverberate flying in behind it. Trigger Crucible to Aether Flare, 4/2, 1 card still in hand, Reverberate still in banish to be able to be played here. Blocking 1 on this Aether Flare effectively blocks 2, but if the card you're holding is Oaken Old, I can't imagine. You said you had a game plan going into here. You want to Starvo on repeat. I think you need to keep the Oaken Old.
Right. Yeah, he needs to put that Oaken Old into Arsenal and hope that he draws up Starvo activation.
Taking both damage from the Aether Flare, prioritizing holding on to the Oaken Old. What's the pitch card here? If the pitch card was something like a Tome, pitch card was a Zap, 2 floating, Aether Flare, Reverberate, 4/3, 2 float. Take that damage, go down to 26, but now, here comes that Crippling Crush to the face, going to 13.
17.
We know. Go ahead.
He's going to 17.
Yes, 17. Thank you. Math. Going down to 17. Pitch going to the bottom of the deck. Here we go.
Oh, we don't see a Starvo activation yet, so it's going to be interesting to see whether or not.
Well, there it is. There's a Starvo activation. Triggered up Tunic, and oh no. Oh no. He has found 2 pulses. 2 pulses found. Oaken Old in Arsenal. We are going to do second verse, same as the first, a little bit louder, and a whole heck of a lot worse. Here comes Oaken Old to the dome.
So the interesting thing is this puts the exact same pressure on Sasha, where now it's 11 damage coming in, threatening to bring him down to 6 and losing 2 cards. So we're going to see if Kano ends this turn with cards in hand.
We're going to see if Kano ends this turn with cards in hand. And the scary thing is, if you go off the top here, the odds are, I mean, most of the deck is misses, right? And you've banished 2 tomes. If you go off the top here blindly and miss, you can block with 1 card. You're going to take damage, and then that Winter's Wail is going to bonk you in the dome. He's still going to keep a pulse, and you're going to be on the back foot not knowing what's going on. This is so dangerous, and this was Isaac's strategy going into this game. He said, I need to Starvo, into Starvo, into Starvo, and so far, he is doing it.
He's definitely doing it. So that's what you like to see with the strategy coming through. I just need the high roll.
He is doing the thing. He has found 2 pulses early. He's thrown Crippling Crush and Oaken Old. We will block, take some damage, take a look, choose which card to keep. Guys, our resident wizard is in trouble. Looks like it was a high probability that with a red Aether Spindle block, we were looking at a high value red hand. And I think we see a lesson in lava. Here comes the pulse. Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, pulse for 8.
Pulse Winter's Wail for 8. I think he had lethal.
No, this could take him down to 1.
This will take him down to 1, give him a frostbite. He will get a Tunic counter and a chance to draw up. This is intense. Starvo doing the darn thing. This deck, when it goes off like this, absolutely slaps. Cannot be stopped. But can our hero, Sasha, find a way to take down the evil villain that is Starvo. There was a lot of prediction. There was 75% of the vote predicted Kano was going to win this game, and I wonder if that was more hope than analysis.
Yeah, Rod, we have the Sam Dando in chat.
Sasha going to 1 life. Down
Saying
to
26 life, hold my
1.
beer.
No frostbite trigger. No activation. Tunic counter for Lesson in Lava for 3. Going to be able to pick a card and put it on the top of the deck. That Winter's Wail was not icy, enabling Sasha to throw this Lesson in Lava will hit for at least 1. Lesson in Lava.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he could. Yeah, I was going to say it's going to hit for 2, but I forgot he can crown here.
He can crown here. Remember, Crown of Seeds, pseudo null rune. And he can use Tunic counter to trigger Crown of Seeds, turning this Arsenal card into a 5-card hand. It looks like he will take 2. We will get a wizard card with cost 2 or less, and you know darn well what it is. And that, to me, is not a great sign. If we're getting Aether Wildfire, that means we may be short on pitch for this upcoming turn, and I am concerned. If I'm the Kano player, I want to see Aether Wildfire in Arsenal. I want to see 4 blues and some opt in hand. But with Ragamuffin's Hat, drawing this card and being able to put it on top of the deck is some ridiculous tech. Let's see, at 1 life, if Sasha can dig his way out of this one. Here's the Starvo activation. Lots of blue cards, lots of Starvo. We're going to keep that Arsenal target to keep Crown of Siege trigger turned on, and here is Lethal. Lethal on board, on the combat chain. Time for Kano to do the thing or lose the game.
Do the thing Kano does.
It is now time to do the thing or lose the game, right here. Now, we've seen a trick this week where putting multiple Kano activations on the stack, then breaking Ragamuffin's head, looking at the top card, and then putting one of the cards from your hand back on top of the deck. That's an option with something like Aether Wildfire here. So Aether Wildfire and 3 blues with a blue on top of the deck can become Aether Wildfire on top of the deck and 4 blues in hand, essentially. The problem there is you leave yourself with no ability to pay for things coming off the top of the deck, and when you do that, you need those Tome of Aether Winds, and we blocked with 2 crazy early. Here comes the Evergreen. We know we're not going to see Sasha just concede here. He will be making a play. The question is, what is the play? And at the top table, these players allocated the time they need to think through these decisions and make the call. Evergreen, Lethal on the combat chain right now. Starvo into Starvo into Starvo. Isaac staring down his opponent, saying, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do, Mr. Wizard?
Here comes the Kano activation.
Here comes the Kano activation. Oh my gosh, he flips the tome. Ladies and gentlemen,
right,
he flips and rips the Tome of Aetherwind, the perfect start to this turn. The last copy of Tome of Aetherwind in the deck flipped and ripped off the top. Oh my gosh. That was the one.
Wizard powers activate.
That was what we needed to see to make this turn viable. He will pick the draw 2 mode on Tome. He will play the Tome here into draw 2. Let's see what goes into the hand. He's rubbing the cards on the table. He's looking for blues. Does he find them? Tome off the top, trying to knock the damage down on that Evergreen. It will not work. The Evergreen will still be coming in for 9, no matter how many times you hit those dice. Mr. Sasha, what are we going to do? Tome of Aetherwind, 3rd copy, ripped off the top, is a great hit, but we still have to close it out. This cannot just end. And the possibility with Aether Wildfire on top of the deck, drawing an all-red hand with Wizard in this position is so detrimental and can be the end of a game right now that I am dying to see what's in that hand and see what we do. looking for his options. What do I have left in the deck that can get there? Isaac wants the same information. It's public information. Both players looking for the exact same information. Lethal on board. Lots of pseudo arcane barrier with the crown of seeds and no rune boots. Isaac at 24, a fairly substantial life total. What are we going to do? How can we get there, and can we get there? These turns in the past have ended with a combination of Aether Wildfire and Blazing Aether. Some combination of those cards to push enough damage to get there, but do we have that option? Sam Bando, place your bets now. How long will this turn take?
Well, seeing as this is only turn 2 of the game, I'm okay with that.
Here's a Kano activation.
Aether
Wildfire.
Okay.
3 left in hand, I believe. Aether Wildfire banished. Oh my goodness. Is this the gas?
If he was able to keep a Blazing Aether in Arsenal, this could do it.
Possibly, but remember, the Stormstrider's crack will be for the Aether Wildfire in hand.
Unless he's able to Ragamuffins hand it down to put it back on top.
Dennis the Tech. The absolute tech, the gas here. Both of these players at the top of their game trying to math this turn out. What are we going to do? How will it play out? Do I have enough pitch? These are the questions you got to be asking yourself as the Kano player. Can I get there? Digging into the depths of our mind to try to get through these turns, there's a lot on the line. Quarterfinals of the very first Pro Tour. 2 Kanos in the top. 1 knocked out. The other one looking thin, but found 2 Aether Wildfires. What is it going to be?
I think the real problem you're going to have is if he did end up putting an Aether Wildfire in Arsenal early on and he's holding on to 3.
He could be holding on to 3 Aether Wildfires, in which case there's just not enough pitch.
Yeah.
It's just not there. Sasha digging deep, trying to find the line. Us all staring at a board state, just desperately wanting this to work and to knock out Starvo. Poor Isaac. The whole room rooting against him, and yet here he stands on the precipice of winning the quarterfinal game to get into the semis. Pitching Aether Wildfire, triggering Crucible. I believe we might see the Ragamuffins hat trigger here.
Oh, is that another Aether?
That is another Aether, and it's a
Yes.
3 Aether Wildfires found. 2 cards in hand. Draw a card. Put a card on top of the deck. Banishes a Blazing Aether.
Okay.
He's found a couple pieces to the puzzle, but the pitch is just not there. There's just not enough pitch. We talked about this in the hand leading up to this. This is that big time all red hand. There's too many reds. He's not going to be able to get there. There's no more Tome of Aetherwind in the deck. No more card draw. No more free card draw available. We won't be able to get there. Crucible's been triggered. No cards left in hand. Aether Wildfire 4/5. This looks like it spells the end for our hero Kano, and it looks like Starvo. Isaac on Starvo will be smashing and moving on unless there's something I don't see here. Taking 3. Going to 21. 1 pitch float. Blazing Aether on the chain. 4/6. Blocking 1. Taking 5. Well, taking 5 plus 3, taking 8 total. Breaking Stormstriders, 1 float. Blazing Aether from Arsenal for 12. But Isaac's at 16.
Man, yeah, drawn into those 3 wildfires.
And that's the game. Starvo gets there, unable to find it, too big of a red hand, any more blues, and that turn definitely goes differently, but no pitch available. Ladies and gentlemen, we get there on Starvo. Isaac advancing to the next round. Great game all around.
Yeah. Yeah, those early tones really hurt him, and just not like then drawn into that 3 Aether Wildfire hand. It just kind of shows you again that things can go great for you all weekend, and one game can the variance just does not show. The variance pops in like.
And that's something you're subject to when you play this deck. It was a close game. A lot of the tools were present to try to get this done, but just didn't quite get there. Very close. Great game by both players. Isaac taking it to the next level, going on to the next round of the top 8 gameplay. I will check back in with you guys in 1 second, Dennis. I will be right back. I have some family stuff going on, so let me check in. I might have to call the stream today. I will let you guys know in just a minute when I get back. Please stick around. I will be right back.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, and that's the thing, Sam. Like, if he didn't have the 2 back-to-back Starvos with the Oakenhold and the Crippling Crush, he would have had a little bit more of a buffer to set that up. But Isaac did exactly what he was saying he wanted to do in that interview, and just back-to-back Starvo activations into big attacks, and it's the way it goes. Starvo just doing Starvo things. I'm not sure if he can or not. No, we don't want to fire Josh's wife. We love Kristen around here. Yeah, Runeblaze against Guardians. The Prism's been out, and I think now we just have Briar Chain and 2 Starvos. It will be interesting, though, if we can get down to a Starvo finalist, Starvo v Starvo mirror in the finals. That way you know we're hitting Living Legend. Yeah, there's 2 Starvos, 1 Briar, and 1 Chain left, Rod. Yeah, both Kanos were knocked out in the first round. You're not going to watch the finals, Ken? You're not going to watch the Starvo Living Legend out? Yeah, I mean, at this point, like with the Kanos gone, I think I'm hoping for the Starvo Living Legend. I don't mind. I don't really want to see a Briar or a Chain win here. Like, I like those players, but at this point, with the Kanos gone and there no longer being a chance to Kano winning the first Pro Tour, I'm okay with Starvo Living Legend. No, Rob, that's what he was just saying. He's hoping he's rooting for a Starvo Living Legend now. We were rooting for Wizard before, but that is out. So, Sam, would you rather Starvo hit Living Legend or Prism hit Living Legend? Because I know you and Levi were talking earlier about the fact that you want to see Prism hit that Living Legend. If you had to pick one of the 2, are you going for Prism or are you going for Starvo?
Are you talking to me?
No. How did I talk to you?
Oh. Sam Dando. So here's the deal. Sam Dando. Oh, I should call Sam Dando. I have to call you. I have to call Sam Dando. Be right back. 2 seconds.
You have to call Sam Dando. That's the kind of celebrity that Hometown TCG Josh is. He just has Sam Dando's phone number. He just has top line to high level calling players. Man, I was calling Sam Dando Drip Daddy before it was cool. That's not true. I wasn't doing that. I'm thinking that's what Josh is going for. Is I think Josh probably has to go, and he probably wants to bring Sam onto stream. They better figure it out quick because we've got 45 seconds left. And Ken, he's gonna boot you from this chat. Oh, I'm not going solo. Yeah, Thomas, the Chicago Pro Quests coming up are going to be amazing. I'm really sad that I have to miss the June 4th one. I'll still be there for the charity event, but there's no way that I can participate in the tournament. But I'll be at MinMax on the 29th. Yeah, full circle 5 and 10. Glad you were able to stop by. No, they've already banned Chain enough. Oh, you're saying if we're getting a surprise ban announcement on Monday if Starvo wins? Nah, I don't think so. I think Starvo's here through the Pro Quest season, regardless of what happens today. There's 2 Starvos, 1 Briar, and 1 Chain left full circle.
Oh my gosh.
No, Stealth, Kano did not win. Kano got rolled. Hello?
Hey, what are you up to?
No, you're not. He thinks he's muted. Now who's bad at muting their mics, Joshua? You totally were not muted.
You guys,
Nope.
can you hear me? Oh, I was not muted for you. I was muted for the stream. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you for having me. I've run into some family issues. I got to do some stuff, but I have a guest commentator willing to step in and hang out for a little while and kind of keep the stream going, if you will. So let me look here as I hide Dennis really quick so that I can pop into Discord. Ladies, I have a special guest commentator. I've got to find them on Discord. Let's get this going.
Is it Louis?
It's not Louis.
Is it George?
It's not George.
Damn it. Can it be George?
It cannot be George.
Jim Williams, if it was George, I would go in Discord.
I am trying to get this, so give me a second, guys, while I get the special guest commentator, and then we'll do a couple games.
Oh, I heard you're getting George on here.
Whoa, 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 ladies and gentlemen, the homie, Louis, popping back in. Louis, I'm bringing in a guest commentator because I have family stuff that I have to get to. Welcome to the stream.
You lied to me.
I'm not. It's not Louis. Louis just popped in.
It's not me. I'm just trolling your stream.
Yeah, Louis just popped in at the right moment. It's not Louis.
You gave me access to your Discord server again, so I'm just trolling.
Yeah.
Again.
I gave him access to the Discord server before, and he deleted it because he's the homie. Louis, have you caught any of these games? What are you thinking, dude?
I just watched the last half of that one. I'm very disappointed that the Kano players couldn't pull it off. I'm more disappointed in the United States that we're only one of the top 4.
Well,
Wow.
George's prediction looking thin right now.
George looks like an idiot, which is par for the course.
That's why we need to get George in here to defend himself.
He won't. I think he admitted it on the phone with me yesterday.
He admitted what on the phone with you?
He admitted that he was disappointed in the United States.
Wow, we're outing George in front of a bunch of people here. This is crazy. I can't believe you took that line.
One sec.
Predictions, Bravo?
Yeah.
That's
So
what
we're
your
going
prediction is? That's what you're thinking?
I mean,
Oh.
it seems pretty top line.
It seems pretty top line. It's definitely possible. All right, so I'm bringing in a special guest here on the stream. I think I might just call it. I'm trying to get the Drip Daddy himself, Sam Dando, to commentate some games. He said he wanted to come on, talk about some interesting games. But ladies and gentlemen, as you guys know, family, as you can hear in the background with the cute, adorable baby, family is the most important thing in the world. And as family stuff comes up, I may have to step away and take care of some stuff. But I want to take a second and thank all of you guys so much for hanging out. This has been one of the best weekends and one of the most hype weekends that I've been lucky enough to be a part of. So thank you all so very much. Again, just appreciate you. Louis, appreciate you for trailblazing and showing the way. Big shout out to Dennis, Big Daddy Vegas, for stepping in and being able to help out with this and make this happen. So thank you all so
Josh,
very much.
thank you for putting on your channel and what you do, and for wearing a suit.
Well, it's just a blazer. I'm just saying, it's just a blazer.
Same thing. It's same thing.
I wouldn't trust your commentary without a blazer on.
Well, hey, you know, I had to show out. We got over 100 concurrent viewers, so it's time for the blazer. Thank you guys so much. I am going to have to end the stream early, so I apologize for that. There is official coverage that you can find on Twitch. I hope you guys understand family is the most important thing. I'm going to go handle some family stuff and enjoy some time with my wife. We've been live for, oh my goodness, like, it's been 15, 16 hours this weekend. So thank you guys so much. Until next time, you guys know me. My name is Josh. Shout out Hometown TCG Dennis. Shout out Louis. Shout out everyone involved. We will see you around next time.